Yeah, give me my smooth jams. There we go. Hey, Fearless. How are you doing? Better. I shundered violently, then had some toast and some more water, so I am here. Sorry for being 2 hours late. That's a whole mood. How's it going with your good self? Tell me your tales. And Stepgen, how you doing, friend? What ho and welcome. And Catastros, what ho, friend? Hello. Wellity. Yeah, I'd love to say that I got silly riggedy twisted last night and partied most hearty. Honestly, I just had like a few glasses of gin. Went to gig. I think I ended up just hanging out in the longship, and I was jamming on some Destiny. But yeah, I should not feel this bad this morning. I did not drink enough to be this riggedy red. Yet here we are. Lizzie, what ho? Unholy cannoli, what ho, friend? Did you party too hard? Like I said, I do not have a good enough story to justify feeling this way. JP, good morning. What ho, friend? And yes, it is 2 o'clock in the afternoon here, but I'm still going to say good morning, because my day doesn't really start until I hang out with you lot. But, yeah. I'd like to say I am paying for my crimes, but my crimes are minor. The punishment does not fit. A favor 6. What ho? Wow, is it me that... Why is Smooth Jam so loud? Sorry about that. Anyway, how are you lot doing? Yeah, you're right, Lizzie, you're right. It's morning somewhere. It's a state of mind. It's a state of mind. Oh. God. Aside from acquiring a gajillion games to my my Steam wishlist for the future, there's not too much going on. Like I was saying, spent a fair wedge of time last night faffing about in Destiny. It did a wonderful job of being a game, the just the right amount of engagement to keep my my tired drunk ass kind of in one place. Well, favor 6, if you want to use your time traveling powers for good or evil, I won't stop you. See, Stepagen says not eating is a crime, but have you heard the phrase, eating is cheating? No, I forgot to eat yesterday. It happens. I think it's like I'm a person that genuinely enjoys chowing down. So it was just purely via, like, maximum stupids. But, happens. Oh, and JP, it is an album. I can show you the YouTubians. Anyway, as I said, how are you all doing, you lovely, lovely Mother Hubbards? Oh no. Sorry, Catros was saying that they've realised they do have enough space for Red Dead Redemption 2 on their PS4, so they spent the whole day downloading a patch. Oh. I honestly had sunk cost fallacy when I started playing Red Dead on PC, that I didn't uninstall it, despite the fact that I'm not going to get back to that game for months, maybe even years. but I kept it on my hard drive because of the amount of time it took to download and install it. And Caffeine, what ho, friend? How you doing? How you doing? Oh. Tell me your tales, friends. Tell me your tales. Sorry. There's a few individuals who, I love them all dearly, but they only seem to message me 2 seconds after I go live, after I come out with you lot. And I'm like, you had all morning. You had all morning to DM me. Why now? Why now? I'm not going to get to this for another, 4 or 5 hours. Grumble. All right. Got my grumbles out of the system. Caffeine is doing the encumbered walk of shame along the coast of New World. Can one do a walk of shame? Although, I've always petitioned to have the term walk of shame to be renamed to when you get very, very drunk and pass out at somebody else's house and then have to walk for the bus on a Sunday. That, to me, always feels like the walk of shame. And Bacon Avenger, what ho, friend? I do not deserve it because I am 2 hours late and roaringly hungover, but thank you for filling the pint glass. And Alnus, what ho, Sky Aegis, what ho, friend? Oh. Woo! I did this to me. I ask no sympathy. As my mother would say, no sympathy for self-inflicted wounds.
His name's Asimov Solensen. Are you listening to me?
There's no beef in here. So you wouldn't really call it bell peppers and beef, would you?
Sorry, Favor6 says they saw the walk of shame today of a guy that had to leave a ride at Alton Towers for being too drunk. I feel like that's not the true walk of shame. They're drunk, so they're gonna be sad. The real shame will come later. Oh, and Unholy Cannoli, I did see the Castlevania Advanced Collection. I played a bunch of those way back in the day. Sorry about that. I had seen the Castlevania collection, and we were talking about the... Almost. We're talking about the fact that they still haven't done a good re-release of Symphony of the Night, or a good re-release of Castlevania Harmony of Despair, or HD. But you all had to hear me natter about that one last night when I was a lot more articulate. So I'm not going to inflict you to a B-grade, Kroger store brand equivalent of that discussion.
Women with attitudes. So tell me, Jet.
Katros screams in Curse of Darkness, as always. I do want to do a day where we have a look at the big 3D Castlevanias. So Lords of Shadow 1 and 2, because they did some interesting stuff, and god dang if they weren't a feckin' creature of their time. There's a part of me that really does feel like Lords of Shadow was Konami's last grasp at
Special
creative projects, you know what I mean? Alan says they have no idea if we'll see Dawn of Sorrow as it was a DS game. Oh god, I was today years old when I realised it's Dawn of Sorrow. DS. Castlevania, why must you hurt me like this? I'm a grown-ass man.
Captain on the bridge.
Thrain, whoa. How are you doing, friend? Thrain, thank you for feckin' Jesus, Jiminy, 30 months at a tier 3. No bloody big deal. Thank you. Say honourable Watto, good morning, hello! Yeah, and Alnus, also same, the team behind Lords of Shadow, I'm so glad to hear that they didn't keel over. Ikoa, Watto, friend? Chrono Fire! Watto! Yes, I am 2 hours late. Yes, I am ragingly hungover. But I'm very happy to see you all. I hope you're doing well today. Andorf Watto, coming in. Lizzie's like, feel free to make all the noises around, Will. Look, I did this to me. Actually, you know what? No, I'm walking that back. I do not deserve to be this hungover. Like, comparable... The amount that I am suffering, comparable to how little I drank last night, is absolutely disproportionate. Absolutely.
Loud noises.
J-Post, thank you for the 200. Square Peg, Watto friend. Hello. Oh, yo! That's fucking lovely of you. Sorry, so friends, Katros was like, you know, yo, check your Steam inbox. And just sent me a copy of Hyperdimension Neptuna Rebirth 3. Rebirth with a 3. 5th generation, V generation. Bleed Nora. If you're not aware of the Hyperdimension Neptuna series, it's what if video game consoles but JRPG. And honestly, it's a fascinating series that's done way better. Squarepeg, I'm not entirely sure what you mean by that. I know you. It was the thing you're working on now, but I'm not sure what you mean by. Oh, thank you, Lizzie. Yeah, I'm about to say, fucking royally hungover today. Anyway, how are you lot doing? Let's not focus on Will and the gin-flavored gymnastics currently going on in my overbrain. How is it going with your good selves? Who was it that was asking me to play Mother Gunship? Was it Number Fighter? I did try giving that a run yesterday, but it vehemently would not play on my main monitor, only on my off monitor. And I was very grumpy about that. So I'll have to have a feck around in the settings. Oh, and there's nothing wrong. Sorry, Sealable was saying that they spent the whole day making a D&D character for a one-shot. That just sounds feckin' grand. Oh. Thraim's asking how much they have to pay for a trombone solo from Fiona from the other room. Thankfully, we do not own a musical instrument of such loud sharpness. Oh, Alnus was asking, as a reminder, when is the Great Worm Battle Royale again? Well, Saturday the 30th, the Halloween Eve, the day before the Spoopy. I mean, Bacon Avenger 1, I'm always down for Helsinger Bridge quotes, but yes. Alright, now, enough talking about the past. Let's focus on the past.
All systems nominal.
From the law offices of puns and monopuns. Have you been forced to wear a mask and glasses at the same time? You may be eligible for condensation.
That hurt me, but Pun Spectre, thank you for 33 months, you fucking legend. Wolfcrad Watto, I'm royally hungover. How are you? And Sky, just thank you for filling the pint glass. This is a house order kind of morning, and I'm all right with that. I'm okay with that. I had a thought. It's now gone. Can I borrow a thought from somebody? Am I allowed? If anyone has like a thought or two they can spare, like I promise I will return them in good or as close to good condition as possible. Oh, Sealable says they're going to want it back. And Ikoa feels called out by that pun. Yeah. The only thing I've noticed is if I have to go into the great outdoors for long periods of time, like I'm getting like spots more in the mask regions than anywhere else, and it is frustrating.
Sorry, I can't give you any. I know, thoughtless of me.
Puns. Why must you do this to me in my hour of weakness? Why? Thank you for the 200. Terror.
И ты без понятия, где закончится твой путь. Я верю в это.
Sorry.
A few months ago, a time traveler ran up to someone and shouts, "I need you to say the 9th letter of the alphabet," and the German founder of the philosophical doctrine of transcendental idealism, or the world will fall into chaos.
I can't. Favor 6, thank you for the 200. And a joke of such caliber as to do me a regular damage. What was I gonna say? Okay. Focus. Focus, Will. Focus. Penguin in a costume. Oh, a spooky anonymous ghost. Thank you for the 100 as well. Alright, sorry. Whoa, that was a very bad idea. That was a terrible idea. Give me a second. Today's entertainment will be my suffering. There was some game news that dropped, I believe yesterday afternoon, that we didn't really talk about. So, Paradox Interactive have said they're going to be canning several unannounced games. And this has me worried. Mainly because, for those that weren't around for it, Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2 didn't get cancelled, but it got taken away from the developer that was currently working on it. And there's been no official announcements as to who's working on it next. And that combined with Paradox announcing that they're going to be cancelling unannounced titles. Oh, J-Post, no. J-Post, no. But Bacon and J-Post, thank you for the bits. Oh, don't encourage this behaviour. I'm late. I am hanging like old rope. It's a special manoeuvre. Sorry, yeah. So in terms of like video game banter, I don't think Paradox is hurting for cash, but I think...
Did someone say hangover train?
They did! They apparently did. Oh, do I have to do the proper train music? Are we allowed to just have quiet jams? Do I need to... And I'll do what, oh friend? In my defense, I didn't just wake up. I've just been sitting around the house feeling sorry for myself.
Did you hear about the chaos at a networking manufacturer?
I did not.
It was panic at the Cisco.
Words fail me, Favor 6. Words fail me. Alright. Lizzie says I've got to do it. Thrame says I owe music. Alright. This is gonna hurt. The train is very loud! Okay. I've just got to survive for 3.5 minutes.
Did you hear about the bad party on the moon? It had no atmosphere.
But the view left you breathless. Oh. Ardoon! Ardoon! Why? Do you understand how much this is gonna hurt? Oh, okay, sorry. Bacon Avenger, thank you for the 200.
Why wouldn't the doctor wait for dinner? He had no patience.
Why? You know when I'm hungover, these jokes hurt me. Say audible. Bacon. Why? I mean, thank you very kindly for the 200. You feckin' terror. Oh, no, Am I allowed? What if I just yell, I don't wanna? Does that get me out of doing dabs? Is that allowed? Can I just not?
Did you hear about the aquatic sea mammals that escaped from the zoo?
I did not.
It was utter chaos.
Who was that? Who was that? I want names on my desk. Favor 6. Why? Oh. And Dustin, you did not miss the post-agolpocalypse. Post-golfopolypse. Alright, we'll workshop it. No, you haven't missed anything. The only thing we've missed is my...
Knife fan attack.
Cha! 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 Ardoon, why are you like this? Just, I don't wanna... Habacha! That was bad.
The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles,
No!
our 4 reptilian heroes, have overcome the arch villain Shredder.
Fearless, you feckin' ledge. Feckin' thank you. Like, I didn't want to call out the House Carl maneuver before it happened because I didn't want you to think I was fishing. But so thank you for the 205 subs. You managed to tag Kinda Ensai, The Immortal Len, Pixie Druid, Pudding Pop Panda, and Mr. Crash. Alright, Mr. Crash, down at mine. Down at pit. Oh. Just gotta survive for 4 minutes.
They said nobody makes jokes about timber. A beaver would.
Why? You know these hurt me when I'm hungover. This is targeted. This is targeted brutality. But thank you for the bits and feckin' yo. Oh.
Where do I have a bunch of my average quality products made? At the Satisfactory.
Get out. I need a moose no on that one. Get out. Lizzie just chanting, we don't care about your hangover pain. No sympathy for self-inflicted wounds. I know. And Catros, thank you for the moose no. It was needed. It was required. Punspector got a new shield for that. The irony that it's the Friendo shield.
You ask me why? I counter with a Pokemon. Why not?
I have no natural defenses. I am taking double damage. Sorry, Sailorable, thank you for the 200. And Puns has got a new shield. The irony again of it being the Friendo shield, whilst it was acquired by hurting me through the medium of terrible jokes. Like, what a combo. What a combo. Thrain was saying that, as a roughly translated thing that their mother used to say, if you're fit for the night, you have to be fit for the day. Oh no! Ardoon was just saying that they're having to do battle with... Oh, it's a Pokemon tune. They're having to do battle with Amazon over a Prime sub. Oh, those Prime subs are incredibly fiddly. Incredibly fiddly. And Fred, good morning. Wato, friend. Oh, sorry. On the subject of trains and Satisfactory, I did watch the Satisfactory train crash video this morning, and it looks a lot of fun. The problem is,
Why did the moon go away at dawn? It was morning.
Horrible. Thank you for the 200. Alright, just got to survive another minute. And then I am good. Coffee's actually staying down. Oh yes, and Favor 6, well I do remember that I do owe you one bout of skankage. If I do that now, I will be violently ill again.
Did you know, by sheer coincidence, all sheep look the same?
Puns. Puns, why? Would you do this to me? Oh. Thank you for the 200. You feckin' terror. Okay.
I swear in Parrot was put in the freezer for 24 hours as punishment. When it was released, the parrot asks what did the turkey do to get put in there.
Okay, Bacon Avenger, that was a genuinely good joke, which I have heard 1,000 times and would like to hear 1,000 more. But the train keeps going. J-Post has decided that no one gets to get off, not even me, and has very kindly gifted 5 subs to the crowd.
The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, our 4 reptilian heroes, have overcome the Ark villain Shredder.
So, Miku now, Tim Riot, Potato Bandana, Alex, I want to go with Alex and Earth, and Amy as well, have all been tagged by J-Post's House Carl hunting spree. But to answer Lizzie's question in the same breath, another 4 minutes! 4 minutes on the clock. 4 minutes on the clock.
The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, our 4 reptilian heroes, have overcome the Ark villain Shredder.
It continues! Say Honourable, thank you kindly for gifting 5 subs. And I'm sorry, I sincerely hope my hungover self is not seeming ungrateful. As you did manage to get, I'm not regret, Dione, Ruvia Furiosa, your Apple friend, and Fat Pidgey Purb! So, say Honourable, thank you kindly for that. But the train continues!
Knife Fan Squad represent.
So much train! Oh. The train's already past level 4. The pain is real. The yawns are big. The hangover is very, very, very acute. And see which has arrived.
Captain on the bridge.
Oh, train.
Shackle, how are you doing this morning? What, ho friend? Yeah, it is one whole train, Shackle. But, yeah, Lizzie's even started a chant as you've come in of All hail the Jarl! One and all, welcome Shackle Draconis, your eternal Jarl. But, okay.
Why were there rails in the gym? Everybody was training.
I'm trying to say nice things here. Say Honourable, you are being a terror. Why would you do this? Thank you kindly for the 200. Shackle, I was just going to say, thank you kindly for not just the sheer amount of support you throw in, but just coming and hanging out, being a lovely mother hubbard. 36 months at tier 3 is that is as much as one can have been subbed to the Longship at the largest bracket. Like, that's a feck load. Thank you. Alright? Anyway, I'm ragingly hungover. These lovely mother hubbards are having a great time torturing me. How are you? Here we go again! God, I'm getting flashbacks to going home from Brighton, royally hungover after a night out. Oh. Hey. Oh, God. I do not know what my voice did there. Just thank you kindly. I know we were just saying earlier, like, I believe it was our dude was having.
Why wouldn't the bartender serve the quarry workers? He wouldn't sell to miners.
Listen, Linda. All right, just Andor. Listen, right? Just that is a whole year. You have the final, at least currently, the final form of the longship. At least until I get a new emo badge artist. Sorry, that's a whole other kettle of monkeys. Just what I meant to say was thank you. Andor, whilst that did me an absolute fecking damage, thank you for the bits. Like, I did this to me, and bits are literally what keep our little household afloat, so thank you. Oh, tell me about your day. What you're playing, what you're up to. No, we're good, we're good. I think you're all gonna have to listen to me vomit loudly then. See which, I mean, yourself and everybody who's come on in is all lovely. I'm hanging like old right. A Wolfgrad, thank you for the 100, yo. Sorry, and Wolfgrad, I hope I said... Did I say thank you? Am I in an infinite time loop?
Did you hear about the new temperature management system?
No, I did not.
It was cool.
It was 6 why you like this. Anyway... Shackle says they've just been messing around on Final Fantasy XIV, getting even more classes to 80 because they're there. It's always lovely to have the options.
Why did the Pokemon get stuck in the door? It was tapping.
As the owner of 550 Tepics, I take exception to that. Wolfgrad is in an infinite time loop because they're currently playing Outer Wilds. And I did say thank you. Okay. Alright, I survived the train. Everything hurts and I'm dying. Sorry. Whilst most of those were jokes designed to do me a damage because I have no immunity to terrible jokes and puns when I'm hungover, all of you, thank you. Like, I know I'm late today and I am in absolute sorry state, so not only the fact that you lot decided to come hang out, but also throw stuff at my dumb face, I'm very grateful. I'm very grateful. Okay. There we go. Shackle says, I still think the Longship has credit for discovering that one bit in Outer Wilds. Oh god, the loop and loop again bit? I think that's the point you're talking about. Also, friends, I will say, we're going to be doing Outer Wilds, if not next week, then the week after. We'll probably be doing Outer Wilds after we finish Keyword.
Captain on the bridge.
I thought I might have been on time for a train with my 36 months. Oh well.
You just missed it. You just missed the train. And Stooge, how are you doing, friend? I'm royally hungover today. And trying to get through it. How are you? Oh. I just remembered that I have very, very sugary water masquerading as juice. Lovely. That should... a hit of sugar to the system should help. Sorry, a pun spectre with, considering the title of the stream today, it was a great way to putter around. Sorry, and I also need to say, Stooge, thank you. 36 months at a tier 3, I've thanked a lot of people for that. And the fact that I have to thank more than one person for having a tier 3 sub for as long as we've had subs is a mind-blowing thing. Like, I am amazed you lot put up with me more than once. But on top of that, like, Stooge, the sheer amount of stuff, like, behind the scenes. Thank you. Alright, dude. Thank you. Cheers to you. Okay, so Stooge was saying that they're doing good. 2 steps forward, 1 step back on certain things. Okie dokie. Oh, Shazini was asking, so what happened yesterday required you getting trashed? See, that's why I state before you, witnesses of the court, that I do not deserve to be this hungover because I didn't drink that much. Yesterday was just a gig at the Games Industry Gathering, which is a digital event I go to now once a month. So I went, had some bevies, it was nice until the individuals shall remain nameless, but a young'un...
A panda broke out of a zoo today, wreaking havoc and causing lots of chaos. It was complete pandemonium.
Sorry, I'm attempting to send a message to Favor 6 psychically. Can you hear it? Can you hear it in your mind? Sorry, Favor 6, thank you kindly for the 200. But yeah, last night I went to gig, had a natter with peoples, and yeah, stayed until just after midnight. There was a young'un who was trying to convince me about the good that NFTs do and that they're not that bad and stuff like that, and I was just... I didn't have the patience. Yeah, I didn't have the patience for it, so I just went over to the Longship, played Destiny in the wee hours and just chatted with Fred and Squarepeg and peoples. But I didn't drink that much, and I hurt today.
Did you hear about the really long tour of the Fantasy Kingdom? It did tend to dragon.
All right, say audible. That one was very good. Thank you for the 300 bits as well. But feckin' yo. Thray was asking, what's an NFT? It's like it's like Pogs for rich people. It's gifts what cost a lot of money. Fiona says that's why they got themselves a bottle of wine and went off to sleep. And Deus was saying there's some good things that can come of NFTs, but it's going to take a couple of iterations. I mean, at the moment, it's an imaginary object that costs a large amount of money to make rich people even richer that kills the planet. Like, it's... You know what? NFTs have done some good for me as a person because I don't know. It was a nice reminder that I do have some moral elements some moral lines that I'm not going to cross. And as much as one could exploit a bunch of rich people and turn it into cash via the medium of this, I'm not going to do that. That's... Okay, sorry, I don't want to go into it hard. It was just, yeah. There's been a few, I think I talked about this earlier in the week, that there's been a few games that have been very excited to announce that they're going to be doing either selling NFTs or having NFT support. And the manner in which they sent those press releases, I found bizarre because they were so excited. They were so happy about this. I'm over here being like, no, go away. Don't be happy about this. Oh, fucking hell.
NFTs in a nutshell, can we make selling a number valuable if we include enough energy waste and environmental damage?
The answer is apparently yes. Jackal, thank you for 200. Anyway, I don't have enough brain capacity to do the problem in the discussion a justice, you know what I mean? But then I didn't get riggedy wrecked afterwards because it was a conversation I found uncomfortable. It was like I kind of pieced out the conversation. And then, yeah, I hung out with Fred and Squarepeg and West Frost. We just nattered. I was playing Destiny. We were chatting stuff. Heck, I didn't even finish my last drink because I was like, I think I'm getting a little bit too drunk now, so I'm gonna pull this one out for the gods and then go to bed. It was sensible. Admittedly, I could have gone to bed earlier, but sleep's not been a friend this week. Okay. But today I feel like I've been on the feckin' lash. Like, this is someone started playing the Shot song level of hangover. I do not deserve this. Fred just adding, this brought to you by Captain Planet's eco-villains. Feckin' yo. Oh, Say Audible says I'm being punished for being sensible. That could be it. That could be it. Sometimes I drink a lot to remind my body who's in charge, and perhaps this is like a protest. Oh, so Catastros, I mean, this week's been shite for sleep, but I wouldn't whinge to you lot about not being able to sleep, because at least this week, while it's not been happening, it's just because sleep's not been happening. I'm not stressed about stuff. I'm not having a big worry. I'm doing good. Just couldn't seem to get to bed at a reasonable hour. But the hangover, like, actually chunder tier vomitous hangover this morning. From like, what, a few glasses of gin? Come on, body. What the shit? The Stu just says that I might need a death in the afternoon. Sadly, due to the undeath clause, I would only just come back. But unlike Dragon Ball, not stronger than once before. Oh. Anyway. So what I had planned for today, friends, I wanted to take you all for a spot of golf. Golf Club Wasteland is a game that I have been fascinated by conceptually since it got announced. And the Earth is fucked. And humanity has left and moved to the stars. But now, the planet has been turned into a luxury golf course for the ultra-rich. And we are going to be playing one of those, like, super rich wankers, just going for a spot of golf. And the story of what destroyed the planet is kind of told to you as you play through. And, I don't know, we have a lot of post-apocalyptic games. We have a lot of games about, like, the end of the world. We have very few of kind of like after the fall titles, and even less so that allow us to kind of like explore the ruins. It's definitely an interesting one. Like, we have games like Nier Automata, which take place long, long after humans have popped off. But there aren't too many. What was the poetry game we did? God, it's not Voices of a Distant Star. That's an anime. Oh, and Ozymandias. Good morning. What ho, friend? How are you doing? I'm very hungover. Tell me your tales. All right, Ardoon, go get yourself food, water, and sorted. Don't be like my dumb ass. No, so Dustin, it wasn't Kind Words, although that is a cracking one. God, what was it? It was the game where we walked through like the ruins of like alien planets and we had to write poetry about what we saw. God dang, that game was really good as well. It wasn't Kind Words. Darn it. Was it something words? Let me check my library. It wasn't Lost Words. Eulogy for a Dead World. Novalis and Katros, give yourself a dinosaur sticker. Or a guinea pig sticker. You can't have mine, obviously, because I love those stickers and I will not be giving them up. And Fred, I did see that one. Fred's just pointing out that there's a demo for the Starship Troopers tactical game that's doing the rounds at the moment. Friends, if you haven't had a chance, do check out the Steam Next Fest. Now, no, we're okay. I thought we were going to have a return to sender there. I don't tend to do a lot of demos because it doesn't seem to be something that this Twitch.television really likes, like, as a whole. But Steam Next Fest is a gajillion demos and a ton of titles that are either coming or have just been announced. And it's feckin' fascinating. There's so many cracking titles in there, and so many that I would have missed. I highly, highly recommend just having a look through, because that's where I saw the Starship Troopers tactical game was had a Steam page up now. My wish list has jumped up. And I'm hearing things. Cool, we're at that stage now. Just catch us with Twitch TV is very twitchy. That and all. That and all. Ooh, Ozzy, you're asking some good questions. Now the question, I'm gonna counter your question with another question. What kind of trailer? Because there's different kinds. So like announcement, launch, cinematic, story trailer. Stooge with audio hallucinations are perfectly normal. I guess they are. Ooh, so Ozzy says, let's say announcement. Ooh. And is this a new IP or is this an existing IP? Cheersing myself. Okay, let's say new IP. Right. For stuff like that, great examples are... Oh, feck, what was it? Is it Sea of Sorrow, the EA title about the girl in the boat going through? Or things like Spiritfarer. So you show the user as quickly as possible what the kind of title it is, and then you unfurl the reasons as to why they should care. That's my usual go-to. Like, I usually say, like, open up on some gameplay. So, you have your PEGI or your ESRB rating, and then the first thing you show the user is essentially like the moment-to-moment. When talking about video game loops, people will often refer to like minute-to-minute, like moment-to-moment, minute-to-minute, hour-to-hour. And that's the idea of like, what are you doing in the game loop constantly? What are you doing each hour, and what does a session look like? Stuff like that. Dustin was saying Inscription looks good. The Inscription announcement trailer is a great one. Now, admittedly, that's a new IP, but from a creator that is known. So, in terms of how those games are sold, like, you go from Pony Island to the Hex to Inscription. Like, there's no carry through. But at the same time, because of the style of game they are, it's almost as if it's one series. Because if you played one or both, you're absolutely going to be down for the third one. Closer to like following a known author. You know what I mean? Oh, actually, and Fred, This Means Warp is a co-op FTL type title and looks like a lot of fun. I actually got to meet the person making that, and they're real cool peoples. Fred was saying a very successful trailer that said nothing was Dead Island. Yes, but that's a cinematic trailer. And those are very powerful. I mean, Dead Island launched its entire franchise off of that one trailer. And to AFK, AOK, what, ho friend? Plutonium Shore, what, ho friend? Hello to you both. I'm royally hungover, how are you? But Ozzy just asked me a great question that I love talking about. So, we're talking about trailers. Inscription announcement. Okay, so if you'll indulge me just a second, friends, because I can play this. Sorry, Smooth Jams. So this is the Inscription trailer. Now, this is a little bit unfair, as I said, because the Inscription comes from, is it Daniel Mullins? But it's the same person that made Pony Island and The Hex. Two incredible, incredible games. To Kid Benjo, sadly, I do not, but I am very, very hungover today, so please don't take that as a personal jab. We're talking about trailers. All right. So this is the announcement trailer from E3 of this year for Inscription. So have a look at this. All right. Sorry, I'll bring it back in a second to make my points. Alright, feck you YouTube for throwing those in. Okay, so the couple of things about this one that that make it special is, as I said, rather than going straight to gameplay, they give us the first hook. And the first hook is the creator. So we've got, from the creator of Pony Island and The Hex, that's within 2 seconds of beginning. Now we have the eyes, which is the follow-through theme. I haven't played the demo, so I don't know who the antagonist of this title is, but from what we understand, Inscription is a like a deck building escape room surrealist mashup. It's given us the premise. So rather than drop us with rather than trying to drop a genre on us, at this point comes an inky black card-based odyssey. And while those are very, very evocative words, the only real carry-through that we as a viewer can understand is card-based. Because inky black is a lovely poetic phrase, but what it actually means we won't understand. And again, this is all within the first 10 seconds. So this is longer than I would usually say that to get to gameplay, but here we are. So from like 11 seconds onwards, this is all gameplay. So we have enough to understand why we should give a heck. Now we're being shown the game itself. Now, we don't know what any of this means, but from the very language of video games, we understand a hand of cards. We understand pieces moving across a little map. And then we start shown these bits, the escape room elements. And there's a very clever bit here where it says, now sit back down. It's now telling us that we get to explore the room, but we have to come back to the table. Like, Alna says it's very Hand of Fate or Hearthstone, but then unfurling more and weirdness. Yes. Sorry, Thrame's like, wow, these Jumanji artists are running out of ideas. Feckin' wet. Oh, sorry, Benjo, what I didn't do was say hello and ask you how you're doing. I'm so sorry. I'm very hungover, but we're talking about trailers. Now it starts giving us the narrative premise, the idea that we have to survive against this this faceless character in the dark, this pair of eyes. After showing us the survival, it then shows us the non-standard elements. And again, this doesn't really count because this person is already an established creator. If you know this person's games, you're expecting that. Let's go to Spiritfarer, because that is Spiritfarer announcement trailer, because that is what I would call one of the really, really good examples. All right, let me bring this up. Rated T for being a little naughty. All right.
Rated T for teen.
Now, I'm showing you these ones because these are like the distilled version. Look, immediately in-game. Like, before we're shown these little animation bits, before we're shown anything else, the first thing we are shown is where we'll be spending the most of our time. Wait. Is this the announcement trailer? This is not the announcement trailer. Why you gotta be this way? Thank you. Alright. Okay, but same premise. We're immediately shown the boat. We're shown where we'll be spending the bulk of the game. And the manner in which we'll be interacting. This is all in-game stuff. So, like, yeah. We've had... Yeah, we had 25 seconds of unadulterated video game, of gameplay stuff before we were shown any of this kind of, like, overview or elements. And I wanted to show you this one, Ozzy, because there are loads of great trailers out there, but sometimes those trailers have an extra special something. This right here is just a great trailer. There's no pre-existing game. There's no, like, named talent making this. Prof Nels. I haven't had the chance to watch it, but that does not surprise me. Well, so Alnus, and again, that's one of those ones where I want to remove titles from this discussion that would be a big hit, whatever. So, like, the Final Fantasy 16 trailer, everyone's going to give it a watch. And we already have an emotional attachment. Like, Elden Ring's trailers, the announcement trailer for Elden Ring is trash garbage. But it's a FromSoft game with Viking thematics, with George R. R. Martin doing some, like, feckin' world design writing for it. Like, it's going to be feckin' brilliant, right? And it's got a horse. Kisa, you are not wrong. And Inimp's mentioning Factorio's trailer, but the thing is, like, Factorio was a great early access success. They slowly rose to the point where they needed to create trailers. And I mean, okay, the Factorio trailer is genius. You know what? Let's just take a brief detour from our conversation point.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Oh, Castros, that's fucking cool of you, friend. One friend giving cool stuff to another friend. That's really fucking cool. No, Castros, that's fucking kind of you. And Kisa, how is your morning going? Tell me your tales. Andorf was also saying the music in that trailer is so evocative. Absolutely. But you can look at that last trailer, the Spiritfarer one, and go, okay, show 25 seconds of gameplay uninterrupted. Then start putting forward like thematic beats, like build your ship, talk to your companions. And then the last beat in the trailer is and learn to say goodbye. Remember in the Inscription trailer, it shows you card gameplay, it shows you exploring, and then it tells you and you're going to have to survive and shows you the weirdness. It's the same beat. It's just in one, it's like it's setting you up for the fact that, yo, this is going to punch you in the feels. And the other, it's like, yo, this is going to mess with your head. Kisa is both awake and dead at the same time. Oh, you too also have the curse of the undeath. Kisa, I hope that you aren't also suffering a raging hangover like I am. Ian says, is the conversation about trailers or trailers to sell your game with no prior exposure? Well, I mean, the trailer itself is the exposure, but Ozymandias was asking what makes a good trailer, and I personally believe that particular style. I asked if it was an announcement trailer, a launch trailer, a cinematic trailer, that kind of stuff. Sorry, Kisa was adding that they don't even drink. If they did suffer from anything, it would be like a headache at level 10. God. However, I do want to take a moment to have a look at the Factorio trailer. And I know, I believe one of the Factorio devs said a bunch of nonsense that I do not agree with. So I don't want to give him free coverage in this regard. But as a trailer example to a game that's very, very complicated to explain to people that don't know it, have a look at this. The concept of this trailer is so simple and so clever. Like, we're just following the life cycle of one piece of ore throughout this fascinating environment. One shot. Thank you, River. One shot, no dialogue, no text. And yet, this is telling us everything we need to know about the game. River also has very strong opinions on Factorio. Now, I'm not saying this trailer is easy to make. Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree. As a trailer, it shows us where we're going to be spending our time, what we're going to be doing. It's a feckin' banging example. But yes, I don't want to go too far off the rails from Ozzy's question. And yeah, the music is feckin' perfect. It's got that whole kind of like, that bizarre Acme vibe to it. Okay, let's think of another title. I'm trying to think of another title. So it's a new IP. Oh, what about the, actually, no, I think the Phantom Brigade trailer did a very, very good job. I'm casting my mind back to bangers. Phantom Brigade announcement trailer. Caffeine said, how about the OG trailer, the OG Halo trailer? God. That might be a little far in the past, and it might be a little far in the past. Oh, Dustin says, what about the What Remains of Edith Finch? You know what? I think that, let me have another look at that one. That might be a good one. I'm having a look at the Phantom Brigade announcement trailer, and it's not good. Like, okay, the Phantom Brigade teaser trailer is great if you're already into giant robots, but I think it makes a few missteps. It lapses into being more of a cinematic trailer or a story trailer. If we're just talking about it, like, if we're just deconstructing this stuff. So, What Remains of Edith Finch announcement trailer. Oh, that's okay. That's the launch. Introduction, announcement. All right, there we go. Let's give this one a feckin' watch. I'm trying to make sure it's not the the Nintendo Switch announcement. All right. Also, sadly, when it comes to like ESRB and then maybe publisher stuff, sadly those either get added. The publisher stuff tends to get added after the trailer is made, and the ESRB stuff's got to be there depending on where your trailer's going. So, I don't tend to start the clock from there, but Santa Monica Studio, Giant Sparrow. So...
I hadn't been back since the funeral. Nothing had changed. Everything was just older.
This is a
Looking
bad
back,
trailer.
I think that was the first really bad sign.
Thank fuck this game was good. This is a terrible trailer.
A lot of this isn't going to make sense, and I'm sorry about that. I'm just going to start at the beginning, with the house.
Okay, from that, it looks like some Cthulhu-esque survival horror game. God, that's a fucking terrible trailer. Alright, now, why do you all think that was a bad trailer? Here are my feels on it. That was a terrible trailer because it distorted the experience. It didn't give us any of the
Reactor
hooks.
online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Dom, why you like this?
Cult membership renewed once again. And yes, it is a cult.
It's not a cult.
What ho?
Dom, why you like this? For 36 months, why you like this? Dom, Ozzy asked me what's a good trailer, so I'm just nursing a hangover before we start playing a game and chatting about video game trailers, specifically announcement trailers. And I'm trying to distill what makes certain trailers absolute bangers. Yo! Okay, Katros, you're just kicking ass today. Thank you. Katros also gifted a sub to Ozymandias. Fucking yo. Or Drazini, I will face nothing. You cannot make me. But Ozzy, I mean, you're absolutely right. That trailer doesn't get the point across. It doesn't make sense. Keith was pointing out the visual noise, but the visual noise is only vaguely coherent to what is in the game. And the thing is, the only reason I know these pieces is because I've played through the game and I love it. We may actually have to do a replay through of What Remains of Edith Finch in the future, because it is one of the greats. But yeah, that was an absolute mess. Catastrophe says, was Hades' trailer any good? God, that's a question. Now, again, it's kind of, because someone pointed out Portal, there is also a point where the developer becomes so massive that it honestly doesn't matter if the trailer's good or bad. That's why I was trying to think of titles that can't just live on their laurels. And Inscription was kind of one of those that trailer could have been trash. Like, from the creator of Pony Island, like, they're already going to get. And, Einem, you're not wrong. The animation houses that Devolver hire to do their animated trailers is great. Oh, Dustin's like, I must redeem my shame! No, Dustin, it's not shame. This is a really good example, because that announcement trailer does very poorly for a great game. And sometimes it's easier to learn what makes a good thing from its failures than from its successes. So, okay, let's have a look at the Crypt the Necro Dancer. I don't know if that had an announcement trailer, because I believe that was one of those games that just got released, right? It kind of developed its own. All right, Crypt the Joker. Let's launch. Cinematic. Launch. Early access. Yeah, no, they didn't have a traditional announcement. They had pre-alpha teasers, and I believe, yeah, they were. It was a Steam Early Access title, so they went at their campaign very differently. Ah. Miyaki Takura says the Hades trailer was amazing. No disagreement here. It's just like Supergiant could release a lightly chewed ham sandwich, and I'd be all about that. Okay, Mirror's Edge, because I'm trying to remember if that was a good one. But there we go, because that is a big that's a big AAA project. Mirror's Edge announcement trailer. God, 13 years ago. Bleed Nora. Yeah, 2013 announcement trailer. All right, let's give it a go. Let's give this one a go. God bless IGN. Okay. Okay, this is interesting. God, I'd completely forgotten about this. Because this is one of those ones that, for all intents and purposes, it's a cinematic trailer, right? They say in-engine, but, like, that was all clearly scripted. But you know what's fascinating about that one is that that's a great visual representation of the experience. I think the tattoo elements were superfluous, and they could have just not. Like, they could have just not. But for the other parts, it was a stylized and slightly polished version of what the actual experience of it's going through. That's fascinating. But so Ozzy, I hope I've provided some vaguely useful points there. Like, I don't want to just leap down an entire let's look at trailers for the rest of the day. Or we could. I mean, we have the option. Wait, so that was Mirror's Edge Catalyst. Oh, sorry, I didn't see the Mirror's Edge 2 there. Sorry, my apologies. That was a dumb move on my part. I do apologize. All right. So here was the one that people were aiming for. Again, my apologies. But again, I'm trying to think of new IPs and titles that don't have either a big name behind them or a... So like, Earl was pointing out Brutal Legend, but I don't think Brutal Legend's a good example because it has Jack Black in it. This is just gameplay. This is just the first level, and this definitely goes into the kind of trailer that I love. Like, it gives us exactly enough information to know what the experience is going to be like. And especially when your art style is this strong. Like, letting the art speak for itself, fucking sign me up. Sayorible was saying they bought it off of this, like nothing else needed. Fucking yo. Sorry for those of you with motion sickness. One of the reasons why I've not streamed Mirror's Edge is I can imagine that is not a fun experience. Yeah, the thing is, we are over a minute into a 2-minute trailer, give or take, before we see any of these snapaways or action points. And oh, is very correct that it also... Mirror's Edge soundtrack was absolutely baller. Ikoa was pointing out the later Alligator trailer. Actually, let's have a look at that one. Because I don't remember later Alligator's trailer, so it might be good or bad. Later Alligator. Alright, there's launch, teaser, animation. Alright, where's announcement? Because with some of these indie titles, they don't end up doing announcement trailers because they don't need to do that. There's a teaser and there's a great launch trailer. I'm just trying to see if there's an announcement one. And Keys is mentioning a game called Lil Gator. Oh. I tell you, also, see, it kind of, it doesn't work with the criteria, but if you have a look at the Kirby and the Forgotten Land trailer, that one is feckin' brilliant. Do you want to see a really bad trailer? Ozzy's like, sure. All right. Opening animation, release date trailer. Okay, for some reason, sorry, I keep trying to find the this particular one, and it keeps wanting me to look at the I Am Jesus Christ trailer from last year. Yeah. But no, the Kirby and the Forgotten Land trailer is feckin' perfect. It follows the formula incredibly well. Now, we can start... Hang on, let me put some tunes on just while I'm nattering. I also... Are we talking Call of Duty Infinite Warfare bad? Actually, I decided to pull off the accelerant on looking at terrible trailers because I don't want to bring out the rage. I don't want to bring out the fighty. What was I saying? Feck. Oh yes, I didn't want to go into... I didn't want to go into the more mimetic situation. What I wanted to do was show Ozzy like a good structure that if you were making a game, you could absolutely follow. Like, give like 20 to 50 seconds of gameplay as uninterrupted as possible, and then start dropping the pitch on people. Finish with your last big hook, then title reveal. Like, okay. Do not explain it to people. As much as it hurts as a creative, like as a creator of games, believe me, you desperately want to just tell people, this is my video game, have a look. Here's why we're doing this with Punch a Snowman in the Face Simulator 7. No one likes those talk over titles. They mute them. The people that watch those ones are the ones that watch it on their phones with nothing. Earl was saying, so basically the Hollow Knight trailer is examples of good. Hollow Knight was kickstarted though, wasn't it? So there's the trailer from 6 years ago. Chrono says that Dead Island is the best bad trailer. Yes. Stooge is asking, what do I have against snowmen? They know what they did. Dustin says, Resi 6. Oh, okay. Resi 6's announcement trailer was an absolute banger.
You're tense,
and
I'm calm. You apply excessive force. I control that
now,
force through fluid motion.
Actually, I do want to... what Dustin was mentioning with Resident Evil 6, that is one worth looking at because it does nothing to tell us that it's Resident Evil until the very end. JP says, we're talking about bad trailers. Well, actually, I decided to move away from bad trailers. Orzine says they like the teaser for Stray. Yes, that was a great example. Because if you don't have a game that is very visually evocative or has a lot of like crucial UI stuff, creating something that shows the feeling of the experience is valid. And now we're not getting into cinematic territory because loads of people mentioned Dead Island, and if you've not seen it, the Dead Island trailer is... God. The Dead Island trailer is almost entirely unrelated to the game. And it is only related in the sense that it is set on the island and there are zombies in it. But it features no gameplay, it features none of the characters that you'll be playing as. It absolutely does not match the thematics and tone of the game. But it was such a good...
Why did the video game advert follow the car? It was a trailer.
I thought we were done. I thought with the train over, my suffering had ended. But no, Say Audible's still there! Say Audible, thank you for the 200. I do not deserve it. Orzine says the Dead Island trailer was hilariously over the top. Oh, I don't know if I would agree with that. It's incredibly emotionally grounded. Like, you know, it's the story of a... It's the story of a dad trying to save his daughter right as a zombie outbreak happens. But the video is played in this like beautiful piano music, like reverse slow-mo with interspit moments of like what's happening to this family. But the thing is, it shows nothing. Now, I agree with Earl that the Dead Island 2 trailer is hilariously over top. And yeah, the Mr. Scumbag going for a run across, it's meant to be Muscle Beach or something. And as the infection slowly kicking in as the tune is. But, like, we won't see Dead Island 2. We might see like a Dead Island reboot or remaster or something in the future, but it's gone the way of the prey, if you know what I'm saying. Okay, the caffeine, I will indulge. We'll go for the Halo announcement trailer. I have to actually specify Halo 1 announcement trailer. Oh. You'll be ready to feel old, all right? Oh god, remember when it was called Combat Evolved? Oh boy. All right, let me see if I found the right one. So this was originally on GameTrailers.com. This trailer is so old, it's in 4:3 or 3:4. Like, oh boy. Okay, and so this is one of those things where please don't think that I'm dissing on any of your favorite games. I really do. Because Fun with Fondue says, speaking of great trailers, Gears of War 3 trailer was amazing. It was actually bad. It's only on the strength of Gears of 3 and of the fandom that came through. Like, if the Gears of War 3 trailer, if we took the brand out of it and it was announcing a new third-person shooter in the same vein, it's a bad trailer. And that's why I wanted to go for new titles. But also, Caffeine wanted to flash this one. God, this is old. Thanks, I'm 1,000 years old.
Bring the ship back up to combat alert. I want everyone at this station.
Men, keep your eyes downrange, fingers on your triggers, and we all go home in one piece. Am I right, Marine? Sir, yes, sir.
Lock and load your weapons. Let's be ready to move. Good luck, men.
Now would be a very good time to leave.
For this gang, going for minimum safe distance.
What is that thing, Lieutenant?
Hell if I know. We're landing on it. Damn! Air brake failure. Flying fast!
Chief, can you hear me?
Affirmative. Echo 419 inbound.
The Covenant presence here is stronger than I anticipated. They seem to have the entire region secured.
Oh, and Captain Steph, what's her friend?
Deep religious significance.
They call it Halo.
They believe that Halo is some kind of weapon. One with vast, unimaginable power.
If Halo is a weapon, and the Covenant...
Are we sure this is the announcement trailer? Because I'm not.
That's not going to happen.
This is not the announcement trailer.
Get out of here before it's too late.
See, this feels like one of those things where, like, analyzing old movies and complaining that they don't have like modern visual effects. I don't think this is it. You know what? I'm not gonna comment one way or t'other on this, whether this is a trailer or an announcement or otherwise. You know what? It's lovely just to hear the sounds kicking off. And Unholy Cannoli, you are correct. As is Orzine, that was like Halo's. God, the history of Halo is fascinating. I don't know if we've got Deus chilling in a link with us, but he knows a ton about it. As do like Fearless and Peeps, but yeah, you're not wrong. It was originally going to be a Mac exclusive title because after Marathon, that's what Bungie were known for, and then Microsoft were like, "But what if Pile of Money?" But yeah, Captain Stephanie Barnes, how are you doing? I think we all just got aged 1,000 years. How was Okami's announcement trailer? No, that's the HD reveal. Yeah, see, the problem is we're getting back into these trailers. They are hard to find. And, like, I'll level with you. The Okami trailer is not good. It is not good. But again, it comes from a different like style of marketing asset. And definitely one that works very well in different territories. Now, again, I don't want to get into animated trailers and stuff like that, even though I fecking love them. Dead Cells did exactly the right move by having those glorious animated trailers. And God, I could spend all day just dissecting them. For those of you that played Battleborn, like Battleborn's opening cinematic, which was also its launch trailer, holy shite. Catastrophe was saying Bioshock? And Stooge, you're definitely correct. Like, I was also trying to think what was the Fallout 3 announcement, but what Bethesda did is they did an announcement cinematic, which I would not advise you do with a new IP, but especially the restart. Like, it's easy to forget that Fallout had died a miserable, lonesome death, and then Bethesda just injected it back into life. Like, they reanimated good. They reanimated good. Miyaki-su is saying Gris was good? Yeah! Okay, the Gris announcement trailer was spot on. Yeah, they killed it again, and revived it again, and they killed it again, and they revived it again. Yeah, the poor shambling corpse of Fallout before Fallout 3 was... it went through a dark and horrible time. For those that don't know, we almost got a Fallout MMO in the style of Fallout 2 back in the day. It was called Von Braun, or at least that was the code name. It was going to be Fallout Online, and it killed Interplay. It killed it. But yeah, so when Fallout 3 was announced, all they had to do was just say, we're making a new Fallout game. And so they did a cinematic trailer that, admittedly, is very, very good. You just hear that iconic, I don't want to set the world on fire, and it starts on a radio and just pulls out through the ruin of one of the cities of Capital Wasteland, and then throws up the title, like, boof. Like, that's a proper stand in your seat, let's fecking go! But we didn't get that. Sorry, I apologize, I went in 3 different directions there. I finished basically that sentence in my head and started a new one. Also, sorry, what's ho friend, how you doing? We are going to play some golf in a bit. I'm just having a natter. Oh, and Ozine, thank you for throwing that in Videodrome, because I'll give that a read and a watch. In fact, friends, if there's trailers that you've recommended that we haven't looked at that are worth like a deconstruction, throw them in Videodrome. We can have like, I don't know, a trailer off or something. What was I going to say? Oh, just that. Fallout 3's announcement trailer did everything that it needed to. It was perfect. But I would not recommend doing something like that. Because I was... let's see if the Ion announcement trailer is still up. First, you must be Fallout. Yeah, if step 1 of your game's plan is be Fallout, might need to rethink the plan. Oh, and Kindball just finished up their Fallout 76 session. Yo, Kindball, I think I've said this before, but I'm going to say it again. Heck, I am jelly, and I think once I'm done with Deathloop with Aperios, I'm going to see if there's anybody else that wants to... Anyone else that has not played Fallout 76 and just wants to go on an adventure. Yeah, fun with Fondue, you're entirely correct. A trailer becomes a very different tool when you're working with an existing, hugely popular IP. You can just... For like Elder Scrolls 6, that's all they did to announce it. Sweep over, yeah, it's Elder Scrolls 6. Okay. Actually, again, you know what? We're not going to do bad trailers. So, Gris is another great example. Now, again, it helps when your game is visually evocative. Like, the announcement trailer is just from the game. And a game with no UI and just this beautiful art style, like, you don't have to do a lot of heavy lifting. I mean, you can't just say to a game, have a good art style. That's something that happens long before. Oh, JP, this is called Gris. It is a gorgeous, gorgeous indie title. It's absolutely worth the time if you've... Oh, little box friend! I've still got that little drawing of little box friend and Nico and everybody hanging out. Yeah, Miyake's correct, you're right. There's soundtrack as well. So, like, this isn't an animated trailer or a cinematic trailer. This is from the game. Now, again, it helps if your whole title is pretty much finished and you can just use the gorgeous bits of it. But I'm with Earl. As soon as I saw that, I was like, no, I need that. We're playing that. It's gorgeous. Yeah, JP, it's been out for 3 years. The thing about Gris was it was one of those games that it came out, everyone loved it, but there was nothing really to do with it more than experience it. Like, Gris does have a lot of subtext to it, but it's pretty decipherable. Actually, let's have a look at the Caves of Quad, because that's a very tricky game to market. Caves of Quad. Announcement trailer. Again, some of these titles don't have... Yeah, see, Caves of Quad had an early access title, which is slightly different. The reason I'm going to discount that one from the conversation is because, like with Factorio, and I guess we did show Factorio, but like... Sorry, I'm just giving it a skim here to see if it has anything useful, because I don't want to diss on it. And again, we're not looking at... God. This is not a good trailer. Alright. We're not looking necessarily at dissing on the title, and I'm trying to think of great titles, new IPs that great trailers, new IPs that did a lot of the heavy lifting, do you know what I mean? Shackle's asking if we do hilariously bad trailers like Nintendo's You Cannot Defeat Us. Oh boy. Koenig, we already did Spiritfarer, and Spiritfarer's structure is what I would consider to be the perfect way to structure your announcement trailer. Now, you want to start doing cinematic trailers, or animated trailers are kind of in the same thing. Oh boy. They've become such a fascinating thing, because consumers are pretty much done with cinematic announcement trailers. At least the core gaming audience. Sorry, if you're wondering what I'm talking about, let me sip a little bit of this one. Or Zed's like, Blur wouldn't be a thing without cinematic trailers. Yup, Blur, Platige, shit, who's the other one of the big three? Oh, there's probably more options now, because it has been years since I've had to even think about that. Wow. Okay, sorry. I'm amazed that you lot put up with me. I am feeling much less hungover, which is great. But, oh boy, I'm a feckin' space case today. Alan says they dropped the Splatoon trailer, which demonstrated exactly what you need to know about the new IP. Actually, yeah, let's give that one a run while I get my brain back in order. Splatoon 1 announcement trailer. I know I don't want to see the announcement trailer reaction. Trying to find the proper one. Okay, there are some great trailers. And there's Keese's Gator game. That was the teaser. Rated T for being a little naughty. Sorry, that's from Battle Block Theatre. Okay. So, sorry, I wanted to give it a skim before we threw it up. So I was having a quick skim of the Splatoon trailer, and it's the Splatoon teaser, and it's okay. The early elements does explain the most complicated mechanic of it, which is the kid squid maneuver, and from there it just goes into like gameplay footage. It shows you the start of a match, shows kids like covering the whole place with paint and squishing each other, like. It does a good job of conveying that, and then it comes back to the transformation that it showed you at the beginning. So, you know what? It's not a bad shout. Do you want to see some Kid Now, Squid Now? Oh, and Kymble suggesting the Stanley Parable trailer. Stanley Parable trailer is an interesting one because the narrator is as much a part of the game as anything, and the fact they utilize him so well in the trailer as well, it's fucking genius. I was going to put forth Battle Block Theatre, but that feels like the same as the Stanley Parable, in that, like, Stamper's performance as the narrator in Battle Block Theatre was one of the big draws. And then getting him to just go ham on the trailers was a smart idea. Alright, yeah, let's watch Squid Game. Or, what was the base we came up with in Subnautica? Squid Pro Quo. Hang on, let me pause this one. I'm trying to flash you all my emails. No! No! JP was like, did you say Squid Game? No? So initially, I dislike this kind of like CGI open because it asks a lot of us as a viewer before we've even been given like the genre or the idea. However, what this does is this boils down the most complicated part to explain to someone. Like, and then it throws us gameplay. And that's it. Like, that's the trailer in a nutshell. It's given us enough understanding to be able to pass all this multicolored nonsense. So I guess, Ozzy, that's an additional caveat to, like, the stuff that I really enjoy from announcement trailers in the ilk is if you have a game with a complicated premise, adding a non-gameplay asset at the start that sets the tone, I think is a good maneuver. Okay, and actually, I don't think you're the first person to mention the Dishonored 1 trailer, so I'll bring that up as well. God. And I think... yeah. Again, sorry friends if I'm either not making a whole bunch of sense or if I'm being a little bit wavy-davy. The hangover has dissipated, which I'm very grateful for. There we go. Dishonored... wait, is it the Dishonored debut trailer? Oh, feck. Oh, see, now I've got to find the right one. Because we don't want necessarily the cinematic trailer. In fact, that's one of the ones that that's the style of trailer I want to avoid for this. Because here's the thing, like, Ozzy, I sincerely hope that at some point you will create a video game that does gangbusters. I'm rooting for you. And when that time comes, you will need to create videos like this. If it's just you and a friend making your game, one of you is going to have to do it. And giving people a framework for a thing they can create. So, like, you have ESRB, 20 to 30 seconds of just uninterrupted gameplay. Start dropping the first hooks. Drop 3 hooks with the last one being your main hook. Then title. Bam. You can do that. You could commission a cinematic trailer from an external house. But at that point, it's like, have you got the cash for it? Like, you're talking, like, baseline price point of, like, last I checked, like 40 to 50k. Depending on how much time it takes, depending on how complexity, but like for cinematic trailers from one of the big 3, you're looking at a baseline of 50k. That's probably fucking gone up now, no doubt. Kimball says the trailer for the 3D XCOM game made him want to buy it and sad it didn't happen. Yes! Actually, you know what, Kimball? Let's bring that one up. Let's bring that one up, because it was XCOM FPS announcement trailer. Yes! Alright. Because this was a cracking trailer. And... because this was a wonderful blend of like in-universe cinematics and gameplay that perfectly set the tone. Now, again, not usually the style I like, but sometimes with trailers, if you are creating something that's set in a time period or popular history or... I'm going to stop saying people words because all of my people words are coming out dumb and stupid. This trailer is seeking to evoke the kind of like the the small Americana experience, and so it's shot in a certain way. However, look how soon we've actually gotten into like gameplay. I kill aliens with shotguns for science! Okay, and people are saying, like, this game could have happened. What ended up being released is so far removed from this that... Oh, the Dreamer's like, the trailer tells me the flashing lights will trigger me vertigo. The game that we got, which was XCOM The Bureau Declassified or what have you, was a very, very different title. And what's actually quite funny is if you go back and play The Bureau, there are certain assets inside that game that were made as first-person assets until it was changed into a third-person cover shooter. Sorry, Fred's saying it's obvious the Thin Men interfered with the production of this game. XCOM failed a terror mission. We got this timeline. Fred, why are you like this? Why are you like this? Well, and Stooge, I know what you're saying. Like, that aesthetically was not an XCOM game. And you're right, it was very much a, you know, we slapped an IP... Ah! Flying at me, you bastard. It was very much, they slapped an existing IP over what should have been a new title. And fans reacted poorly to it. I will say that, as a trailer in its construction, it's great. If it hadn't ended with XCOM, that would have been absolute gangbusters. Oh, are you talking about Prey or Prey Nouveau? Because absolutely download and play Prey Nouveau. Did you notice how evocative that was of what would go on to be Prey Nouveau? Did anyone else notice that? Like, I wouldn't be surprised if some creative individuals moved between studios and brought that with them. Okay, actually, Shackle and a couple other people mentioned Portal 1. So, Portal 1 announcement trailer. Let's see if I can find it. Darn it. This is the pisser when it comes to getting these old trailers. It's very, very hard to find what was the announcement trailer. Anything like pre-YouTube, the naming conventions just drop off a cliff. And game trailers didn't give a hot feck. Ironib says Rockstar's GTA 5 and Red Dead 2 trailers were pitched like car commercials. Well, yeah, but that's why I wanted to discount like the big IPs or the big sequels, because they're batting on a different level. Like GTA 5 and Red Dead Redemption, they aren't trying to sell to us. We don't matter to them. They're trying to sell to regular person on street. They're trying to sell to person that watches the Super Bowl. Like, they aren't aiming for us. Those of us that they already have, and we're not even their biggest moneymaker. So that's why I didn't want to go into those trailers specifically. Links in video game. There's the teaser trailer. Is this the one?
Yeah, but it still hurts. Oh yes, the past can't hurt. But the way I...
All right, let's give that one a rumble.
Welcome to the Aperture Science Enrichment Center. Let's look at some of the challenges you'll face as a test participant. You may be required to perform simple tasks, such as locating an exit. These simple tasks may be supplemented with insurmountable obstacles. Thanks to the Aperture Science handheld portal device, the impossible is easy. Let's look at a real-world example.
Oh god, that 2000s metal. Oh, and the early Portal... Oh. God, the early Portal effects.
Certain objects may be vital to your success. If at first you don't succeed, you fail, and the test will be terminated. When stuck, remember our motto: there's a hole in the sky through which things can fly. At the Enrichment Center, we believe that a highly motivated test subject can carry out rather complex tasks while enduring the most intense pain. So in case you don't make it through the testing, goodbye.
God, the early... God, yeah, the early visuals.
This next test is impossible.
I also like that a lot of this was footage probably recorded from like playtests and fecking around. Oh. I don't know how people watch other people playing Portal. It's very jarring.
Now you're thinking with portals.
Fun with Fondue says this trailer feels very long. It's about 30 seconds longer than everybody else's. So that clocks in at about 2.5 minutes. Well, 2:22. It does also do the same thing we saw with the Splatoon trailer. So, Shackle, thank you for reminding me of it. Because what it does is it takes the beginning segment that, even though it is not gameplay based, but it explains to us the most complicated part of Portals, which is the portals. I was like, I don't know. I'm loving Floydo's Portal 2 watch. Well, then I hope Portal's having a lovely time there. I hope Dan is having a lovely time with it. I can't watch it. It's not even like motion sickness. It's just very jarring. Although it might be regular sickness today, because let's be bloody honest. There's nothing quite like a pre-stream chunder to really get one up and motivated. But yeah, I think that does a very, very, very good job of explaining the most complicated element and then showing us it in practice. So I think what we've got there is a nice formula for if you have a title with a hook that is gameplay related and very complicated, is finding a way to boil that down into its essence and show it from the beginning. And also those little like Aperture Science enrichment videos, the visual style was quite simple. Like, that's something that Ozzy, or if we were making a game, those are visuals that we could put together. Like, we wouldn't need a cinematics team to make that. Sorry, so they really enjoyed it. Wait, Reach?
Step 1, show what makes your game different. Step 2, show why that makes your game amazing. Step 3, profit.
Shabam! Shackle, thank you kindly for the 200. Well, I would say that think of them more like character classes rather than like go-tos. Because the other structure we saw, which is show me the game, show me why I care about the game, profit. Like, the 1, 2, 3 structure of like Spiritfarer and Inscription was, here's the game. All right, you understand the game? Now here's one thing you should care about from the game. Here's 2 things. And here's the main reason you should give a shit. Title. You know what? It's October. You know what? Let's get that. Let's bring out that Resident Evil. Because Resident Evil 6. Wait, no. Is it 6 or 7? 7. God, almost. Because we're up to 8 now, aren't we? Because 6 was the hot mess garbage fire. And 7 was the new school horror reboot. With the world's dumbest man who hates his hand. Ethan Winters! He's a stupid! Resident Evil 7 announcement trailer. Here we go. And it's new enough that we can easily find it. Oh, why have you got to have more than one trailer? No! Hang on, I just want to make sure. Oh, God darn it. Rated T for being a little naughty. Okay, I am going to put this one on. This is not a good example of a good trailer, but it's a great example of a reveal, much like we were talking about with... you know what? What we should start calling these titles is reveal trailers rather than, like, announcement. Because that's what they are doing. They are revealing the game rather than yelling about it. So let's have a trundle through this spoop session. This is the Resident Evil 7. And for the record, that Resident Evil 20th anniversary thing was not included in the E3 announcement. It just started with this. Kaimball, I'm trying not to give you flashbacks. Sorry, Kaimball says the thing to know about trailers, they take ages, they do, and they require a lot of assets that need to be rushed, they do. And if you have a publisher, or if it is going to something like E3, it has to be approved by a lot of people before it goes on stage. So, man, this trailer is very quiet.
Reactor online.
Hey,
Sensors
Plunge, how
online.
you doing?
Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Okay, I do not know why this trailer is so quiet. Plunge, thank you kindly for 28 months, you legend. We're talking about trailers. We're still going to play a weird golf game, but at the moment we're running around and doing this. Now, this isn't a great trailer, though it is flitting between these weird little heavily over-edited segments and in-game environment stuff. The two guys trundling around is from one of the tapes you find very, very early on in the game, which they actually make you play through, which is feckin' fascinating. Yeah, Wolfgrad, that's what I was thinking. The alert from Plunge's 28 months sounded stupid loud. But you can see what I mean about this being a bad trailer. Like, it's starting... It hasn't told us why to care yet. It's shown us some spoops. It hasn't given us a hook. It's given us a lot of, like, blood and gore and things to freak out about. But at the moment, all we know is spooky house be spooky. Oh no, people keep coming back to spooky house. Yeah, right, what is that? What are you showing me here? But as a reveal, when it hits this bit, that's the point where the crowd goes fecking wild. That moment right there is what that trailer is constructed for. And I don't want to dismiss the value of that. But it is unlikely, friends, that is something that you will directly be responsible for. You might end up in poor Kimball's situation where the people up top decide that a big reveal trailer is happening or an announcement trailer, and then you're the one that has to get all the assets together for it. But Catastrophe was saying the song is damn effective. It is. And I'm not dissing on that one, but you can see what I mean. Like, if that was a trailer for a brand new horror game, I'd be like, cool, I guess. It's because that last hit. Do you know what I'm saying? Thrame says that once again, I can't tell that trailer's supposed to be a video game. Yeah, sometimes you get people that come over from other cinematic disciplines, like film and telly and stuff like that, and apply that kind of like movie trailer style to video games, which it doesn't work. Sometimes if your game is very, very cinematic, or if you're trying to evoke that style, like, I don't think I can show the trailer I want to on Twitch, but if you haven't seen the uncensored House of the Dead Overkill trailers, that is a great way of evoking the cinematic style, the language. Like we're talking about with the XCOM trailer, that's trying to evoke a very specific feeling in how it's put together, and I don't disagree with it. Iron Imp, David Cage is not welcome here. I can't wait to see how he backs up Star Wars. Right, I got, sorry, because I can't do a French accent. Right, hi, my name's David Cage. I've been given the Star Wars license, but I couldn't find a way to put Willem Dafoe in it. So, in fact, it's going to be a story about two Jawas. Actually, that already sounds awesome. That's not something he'd come up with. It's going to be about the Jedi Council, but it's actually a metaphor for being really sad all the time. Get out of here, David! You're not welcome! I would actually play the shit out of a game where you get to just hang with a bunch of Jawas. Like, okay, let me pitch you this. Let me pitch you a good game. It is a multiplayer build and construct game where you all play Jawas, and you have to build up your sand crawler, like repair it, find things in the desert. But as a multiplayer title, you drive it around, then you all kind of like trundle out with like weapons and tools and stuff. You have one communication button and it's just OTD! Tell me that isn't a cracking game. I would play the hell out of that. Like, think Valheim, but your base is mobile and you're all Jawas. OTD! Yeah, Alnus. Like, I'm still hurting from last night, but if we keep going down this path, I'm gonna start drinking again. Alnus was saying, we said that Amy wasn't allowed to make a narrative-heavy Star Wars game. So now we've got David Cate. And yet another one of EA's great crimes. 1818 getting cancelled. We could have had cool bounty hunters before The Mandalorian popped up. Also, there's, what is it? It's not the Ballad of Boba. That's MC Chris. The Book of Fett is coming in December. So there's something to be excited about for the rest of the year. Yeah, fun with fondue. And it's a survival game. It's not quite the, you have to just scavenge for... You have to, like, punch trees into water. The idea is you start... Perhaps you are the little group of Jawas that comes across a busted, wrecked sands crawler. And the beginning of the game is building it, getting it functional, and then getting it moving. Fun with Fondue. I have seen the trailer for Pathless, and that's another very, very good one for an announcement trailer. Kandarian says, does a trailer reveal that aren't good but are needed make them good? Well, I was thinking more like trailers that give... So, like, let's just say Ozzy's going to make a trailer for their game coming up. What is a formula that they could follow to create that trailer and have a good one? But Kandarian, you are right. Sometimes video assets are needed. Also, just as a quick FYI, asset refers to... It's a marketing and community term that refers to something to be shown to the public. So, like, a screenshot is an asset. You need an asset to go with a social media post. Just, if I lapse into the lingo, please, or please even, feel free to ask me about it. Sorry, because Kandarian was mentioning the Diablo 4, just like, title announce video that we got a few years back. And that was absolutely crafted in response to the poor reception to Diablo Immortals. Now, the feck up with Diablo Immortals and its PR around it, like, that was a storm of their own making. Although it would turn out, as we now know, things were very bad behind the scenes. So, for those of you who don't know, Blizzard ran a hype campaign into a new Diablo experience and then announced a mobile-only Diablo title. And considering the core audience reacted to it very negatively. Now, the irony is that Blizzard didn't need to make a big deal about it. They had a title that was going to do gangbusters in like Korea, China, Taiwan, like pretty much that whole sphere of the world. And the audience that they were targeting with that trailer and with that hype was the English language crowd who weren't really going to give a heck. Some of us might have played it maybe, and a few people have since tried it and said, it's pretty good. It's Diablo on your phone. That's great. But they ran a hype campaign. Everyone expected a Diablo 4 announcement. They got a mobile title, reacted really badly. So what they did is they speed cobbled together we could call it a reveal trailer, we could call it an announce, but really it was just the feckin' logo with some demonic cackling. But that was rolled out at BlizzCon to help to help calm and soothe the English language audience. Oh, and Utopia Heart, Watto. I'm gonna play a golf game in a second, but Ozzy got me talking about trailers. Here's the thing, friends. I fucking love trailers. I have a tab of every animation house, every work for hire, like hand-drawn animation studio. I keep a portfolio of people that I would love to work with. And whenever some of these like banging assets come out, like I find myself poring over them for days. That's why when we had the big discussion about the Outer Worlds 2 trailer, I still don't like that. Like, I still think that it is mean-spirited and pokes fun at it pokes fun at the very thing that it is in a manner that seems, I don't know, kind of like snarky 17-year-old. Whereas a large proportion of the Outer Worlds, like anti-capitalist story, is very well delivered. It's like kind of like the opening segment to Hard Space Shipbreakers. Like, it is unapologetically feck capitalism, and as a game, it does a really good way. Did I already mention Stranger of Paradise? My hungover brain is not remembering that. Let's see. Stranger of Paradise. Oh, that's the chaos. That's a disaster of a trailer. And I'm really hoping that game is good, but that was... I mean, if your goal was to generate mimetic content, it's done great. But it's nigh on impossible to create and predict mimetic content, so... Oh no! Utopia Heart, I'm so sorry, friend. I'll be honest with you, like, the only reason that Fiona and I got to go to the Ren Fair earlier in the year was because our friend who was working with it just hooked us up with a couple tickets. And other friendos drove us on the second day. Akoa said they just found out that Untitled Goose Game has a great trailer. Why am I not surprised? Yo, you want to go for that one? Because Untitled Goose Game, feckin' hell. Not trailer, trailer! God, I cannot spell today. I guess they called it a teaser trailer, didn't they? God, 3 years ago. Eagle lives! Watto, friend! How are you doing? I was ragingly hungover, feeling better now, and we are talking about trailers. I was just about to do the Untitled Goose Game announcement trailer. Like, for trailers that slap. It's a lovely morning in the village. and you are a horrible goose. Bravo. It's less than a minute. What a cracking trailer. It also follows the show me in-game first, then present me with Hook. Eagle Lives, how much do you mean, how much coffee have I put into my face, or how much coffee I have ingested? Because technically this is my second cup, but this is the first one that stayed down, so... Oh yeah, and Fun with Fondue, that's absolutely intentional. The Jaws vibe as it's coming towards, like, way cool. Sorry, Kindball says it reminds him of going into the kitchen at Ubisoft and taking a break just to watch the trailer. Well, and Eagle Lives, that's what's so feckin' weird. In terms of what I drank last night, I just had a couple of glasses of gin. Like, it wasn't a lot. Like, this is an unfair amount of suffering for how little I drank. But anyway, how are you doing, friend? See, now, Eagle, here you hit upon what it turned out. Yesterday, I had a sandwich. We came back from shopping, and I was like, I'll just make myself a quick sarnie before stream, and we'll go from there. And that would be the last thing that we'll eat. So, the mystery has been solved, I guess. Look, I forgot. J-Post! I forgot! It wasn't on purpose. But yeah, so Ozzy, I think we've covered this topic. If you want to talk about like, see what?
If I had a nickel for every time you said, "But I forgot,"
you would have several nickels.
I would be rich.
How are you doing? Of course it wasn't on purpose. It's a sarnie. It goes on bread. Caffeine, you are a treasure. Eagle, I heard. I feckin' heard. Sorry, friends. Eagle Lives is a very, very good friend of mine from back in the UK. And managed to find, as they put it, an idiot to agree to marry them. So, are you getting properly hitched next week? Because thank you very kindly for inviting me to your pre-wedding celebration. Sadly, I couldn't pop over. Wolfcrad says hi! Fiona did not hear me. Yeah, so Eagles tying the knot on Friday. Feckin' yo. Like, congratulations and cheers to you. Like, I'm sure you'll be putting a bunch of photos on, like, the Book of Face and stuff, but, like, I'm sorry I can't be there to celebrate with you, but, dude, I'm real happy for you. Dustin, sorry, jumping back. What's that quote from? If I had a nickel for every time I heard that, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice. What's that a quote from? Also, if we're going to do trailers,
Stop that incessant clicking.
if we're gonna do trailers, I'm gonna abuse my powers. Also, J-Post, thank you for gifting us up to Eagle Lives. That's feckin' cool of you. Which one? Story trailer or Steam trailer? Decisions. I do like the Steam trailer. Alright. Because it's my show, and I can abuse my powers if I wanna. And Eagle, you're not wrong. House Carl do not feck around. And J-Post, I hope I said it, but thank you again for gifting that. That's fucking cool of you. Rated teen for blood, violence, and crude humor.
Rated T for being a little naughty.
This is one of the gold standards of, like, video assets.
Hey you! Still playing Battle Block Theater on Xbox and enjoying every moment, rightfully so? Good, shut up, because I've got 2 words that'll change your life forever. Steam! Version. That's right, get ready to experience the game that won every award for everything ever, like you've never seen it before. Steam Version! Grab a friend and hammer through the most heartwarming / horrible story you'll ever experience. Stay in stunning 1 billion P graphics with high-resolution super texture technology that modern human eyeballs can't even see. Then hop online and make lots of new friends, enemies, and frenemies. Stay! If you think you can handle frame rates of up to 21,000 per millisecond, that is. And look, a multitude of game types is sure to keep things interesting. Especially with these state-of-the-art ragdoll physics and particle explosion future systems. Build your own levels to dazzle and annoy your friends by using our advanced manipulation engine, allowing you to control what you see on screen. The power is in your hands. Oh, and there's lots of stuff to collect and brag about, too. And your pants will collect human feces when you see this mind-blowingly realistic hair simulation. Look at it! So buckle said pants and get ready to rock Oculus Rift support of up to 5 simultaneous Oculuses. Pending video card mega graphic throttling with RAM processors. Sound effects when characters do stuff. The future is now! I hope you're down, because things are about to get awfully steamy in here. That was weird, sorry. I should have said, let's see, let's just say the behemoth is about to release some steam. Oh man, that was way better! God!
Gold standard. If I am able to create a trailer that's even a little bit close to how brilliant that is in my career, that is when I'll be able to pat myself on the back and be like, made it. Now, Ozzy, the reason why I didn't want to show you that one early on is because that's not something that you can just reproduce. They had Stamper, who is OG Newgrounds and very accomplished voice performer. And they had him doing the narration for the game. And his kind of like improvisational nonsense humor worked really well with that. So they had a great performer who gelled with the theme and could be utilized on a trailer. Like, I can't say just hire that bloke. And I'm kind of glad my pants will collect human feces and not other type of feces. That is much better. It's like I said, that's feckin' glorious as a trailer. It's not something that we can easily emulate. You know what I mean? And the problem with going for humor in trailers is that if it doesn't land, it's awkward. So again, I'm sorry I'm picking on the Outer Wilds today. The Outer Worlds. But the Outer Worlds 2 trailer does try and go for humor. And I can only comment on myself, but it did not land. And so all it left me was like, cool, thanks for doing a hollow deconstruction of the thing that I actually really kind of like. So, you know, feck you, I guess. You know. And Miyaki Sakura, that is the same person that did the bear falling from... It's literally the sequel. It's literally the sequel to Battle Block Theater. Pit people! Plunge, thank you. You were there with me. Oh, and Amy, how are you doing, friend? Hello and welcome. And Catastros is correct. Like, the Outer Worlds team, like, they sold a gajillion copies. Our comments on their announcement trailer really aren't going to matter a hill of beans. And the game can still be good. Like, personally, I find that the best assets are the ones where it feels like they slot into the world itself. Oh yeah, Plunge, Alien Hominid as well. I don't know if that is actually tied into the whole Battle Block Theatre thing in any tangible manner. Oh, well, Amy, that's lovely to hear. Sorry, Amy was saying they had a tension headache that's thankfully dissipating. I'm glad to hear. I have been ruinously hungover today and vomited profusely before we started stream, which is why I was late. And JP says they forgot how was the South Park game trailer. Good. It was good. It already had the South Park style about it, which was what people wanted from it. So I don't think it's a good example of a thing to look at and go, do this, because again, like, creating a game that's already based on a humorous cartoon series. Oh, Plunge says there's a proto version of Battle Block Theatre in Alien Hominid as a minigame. I didn't know that. Well, Amy, I'm slowly working on my first cup of coffee. I've had some toast. We are going to play the golf game today. I'm not skiving off proper. But I'm kind of enjoying this conversation, though. Like, would you all be deeply offended if we just nattered for a bit longer? Because I fucking love trailers. I really do. Like, sometimes when just, like, drinking and hanging out, like, we'll just end up putting on, like, old game trailers and just talking about them. Because some of them are so, so good. Now, we've talked about parody trailers in the past. Parody trailers are great, but not for announcements. Parody trailers, parody assets, I should say, are good as, like, short form stuff, but don't put too much cash into them because they don't last. I've talked about Bulletstorm a lot, and Bulletstorm's advertising campaign was based around parody, which some of good. They did a parody of the newer Call of Duties, which was very funny. And I think their launch asset was a parody of the Halo Believe campaign, with the diorama and people talking about, like, their previous experiences. And it all zooms in on the main character, and they end up just chundering. However, the Halo Believe trailers kind of dissipated from the public consciousness. So to go back and look at the assets for Bulletstorm, it makes even less sense because it's a parody of a thing that nobody remembers. Oh, so Zadok, actually, I'm saving the Outer Wilds DLC for maybe the 12th, if I can. Maybe the 12th, maybe the 14th.
I, for one, say it's your stream, M8. We know how much you love nattering about anything Vajar game related, and we all like to see you happy, so.
Alright, well, thank you. But, Bacon, like I said, I'm not the focal point of this. I'm the bartender. I'm the host. Like, it's not about my opinions. My job is to get us all chatting, you know? Which is like chatting and channeling at the same time, and absolutely not me falling over my words. But Bacon, thank you for the 200 bits, friend. That's what helps me not die! So Kandarian was making a point that they've noticed a thing with trailers with voiceovers tend to feel much worse than those without. Is that just personal bias? Oh yeah, no, it's much harder to get them right. What we were saying about the thing with... God. Because they drop out of my head. The thing we were saying with Battle Block Theatre is they already had a good performer. Hades... Alright, let's bring up that Hades trailer, because we've mentioned it so many times. Hades announcement trailer. Because we don't want the... Yeah, there we go. Not gameplay reveal, announcement trailer. Not the Switch announcement trailer, the original announcement. God darn it. This is where it all gets very confusing. Sorry, I'm trying to find the OG Hades trailer. Because the animated one doesn't count. But I guess they did end up doing early access, so they might have had a reveal. Let's see if this is the right one while I'm nattering. Sorry, Bacon, did I say thank you for filling the pint glass? I hope I did. Well, Krypton, that is your choice and your prerogative. My goal is to be here and hang out with you lot. A name was saying strange question, like strong weak coffee. I love strong coffee. I love strong coffee. My little treat from, was it this year, last year? I got myself one of those stovetop espresso style coffee pots, and it is my little treat. If I've got the time to actually sit and like make it on the stove, so good, so good. Alice says, not an announcement trailer, or only IP, but Mikey's work on the Borderlands trailers was nothing short of art. Yes. And he did such a good job. Like, they were able to... oh no, didn't he come back to do the Borderlands 3 trailer? Because the Borderlands 3 announcement trailer was amazing! The music, the style of it, feckin' yes. Okay, yeah, I think I found the Hades announcement trailer, or well, the reveal trailer. But actually, I do want to bring up the Borderlands trailer, because when you think about how much that changed the fate of Gearbox as a studio, that is definitely one we should have a look at. But first, Hades! Giving us the structure we need to understand.
Where do you think you are? Who do you think you're talking to? Nobody gets out of my domain, whether alive or dead. You wish to learn the hard way? Fine. Then go. Get out. Don't let me stop you.
Wasn't planning on it, Father.
Blah, 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 blah.
I'm home. Well, time to go get killed again.
Death is your only family. Death and I.
Yeah. I totally agree with Eagle Lives. We should have more Darren Korb. We deserve more Darren Korb music. We've been good. It's been difficult. We've earned it. Now, the reason I wanted to bring that up was who was saying about... Kandarian was pointing out the trailers with voiceover tend to feel much worse. Well, I think there's this problem that a lot of high-up creatives in video games think that they should be the face of everything. They think that they can be the face of everything. But a lot of them very quickly realize that the voiceover work for, hi, I'm so-and-so from so-and-so game studio, that 9 times out of 10 they come across as either disinterested or very heavily script reading or just boring. Sometimes very boring people make great games, and that's okay. Let the art speak for you. You don't have to be boring publicly. No one's making you. Oh, okay, Katros is going for sleeps. Good night, friend. Thank you for putting up with my nattering today. But the reason I wanted to show the Hades reveal trailer there is because the talent that Supergiant works with, they have in their back pocket a slew of incredible voice talent. Why not use that? Plus, Darren bloody Cool. Like, that's a feckin' power. That's a power card that you have right there. Yeah, you have Logan Cunningham on staff. Like, oh yeah, now I remember him doing the patch notes. It was so good. Oh, I didn't realise that was Darren doing the voice of... okay, really cool. Okay, but I feel that a lot of the times the developer voiceover trailers, they're so worried that they're not going to be able to convey the intent, or they're so worried that something is going to be missed, or that they're going to be missed, that, yeah, it's a trailer, or it's an asset that I absolutely despise. Now, there are ways to box up those kind of like developer interviews or developer reveals and conversations. One of the things that we did with Total War was a bunch of the Rally Point episodes where we'd interview people who had worked on a specific feature. There was one we did with Pav where I was just a corpse in the background because it was the Blood and Gore update. So we had Craig fake murderous at the beginning, and then all the in-between segments is him disposing of my body. It was fucking hilarious. Ah! I'm still kind of proud of that one. Poor Craig, though, forgot to bring a change of clothes, so he had to spend the whole day just caked in fake blood. Sorry, I'm getting off topic here. But what we did is we took a very, very stodgy part of the game, which was like the implementation of the graphic effects, and we wrapped it up in a manner that actually gave it some eagle lips, fake blood. Hey, I'm not saying that that's around the point that I died. Alna says, if you want to get devs talking about a game, do something in no-clip style. Use your trailers for it. Well, it's that old thing of... in video games, more than anything else, time is money. The time of your developers is the most expensive thing. So doing something like a no-clip documentary, you could consider it to be very expensive because you're taking hours of people's day, sometimes over multiple days. Whilst documentaries are cheaper to produce than, say, like a cinematic trailer, and probably require less hours than creating assets for a regular trailer, you do have to interrupt people's day a bit. And so, rather than asking someone to do more of the thing they are already doing in the day, you're asking them to down tools, come to a part of the office where you can interview them and chat with them. So, it's a big request. Actually, Wolfgrad, I don't know enough about the history of movie trailers to know why they moved away from the trailer pitching to the current style. I do know that the internet changed a lot of it in the sense that you can now watch film trailers anytime you want. It's not just at the beginning of the movie. So there isn't quite as much pressure on those to sell a concept. But that's all theory crafting on my part. I don't actually know if there was a reason why trailers for movies have changed into what they have. However, I will say this now, if your trailer plan is to include an old 90s song slowed down and sung by some mournful indie lass, stop it right now. Stop it, don't do it, just get the original. Oh, Kimball says they got CitizenCon coming up and recording everyone has taken months. Yup! It's so much work. Oh. Okay, also, in the subject of cinematic trailers, if you want to look at the absolute gold standard for cinematic trailers, feckin' Star Citizen cannot be topped. Okay, quick question. Oh, Sailorable. Oh, I'm sorry you're having trouble sleeping. Oh, and Sailorable, listening to them is wonderful. It's just, there's this current trend with trailers in the AAA space, and it seems to be coming from film and television trailers where, like, take a popular 90s song, do a slow cover of it, use that as your music, and... Eagle says they dislike movie trailers. They always enjoy movies less from having seen them. I can't help but watch them. The great trailers are the ones which enhance and remind you rather than detract, but that's a whole nother story. But yeah, so how many of you are aware of the TV show Top Gear? Saleable, I mean, Grand Tour, I think, isn't that just Top Gear without the branding? I'm not saying that I like the individuals that host it, but it is a show... Sorry, just Kyle was like, yep, the slow cover thing annoys me too. Looking at you, Lara Croft. Lara, you're a very rich lass. You steal gold as a hobby. Like, you can afford to get the license. All right. This is, I mean, admittedly, this is a 7-year-old asset. God, there was something around about like 2013, 2014. There was definitely something in the water in like the video game space. All right. So let me show you this asset because this is feckin' powerful. And it doesn't really count in the same regard, but I want to talk about it. Because for a while, Star Citizen's assets were the best in the world. Like their fake truck trailer for their hauler ship was perfect. Incredibly evocative of like car commercials. And then we got this.
Now, over the last few years, Origin has become more known for looking fast than any sort of actual speed. Take the 300i. A ship that brags about its extra comfort.
I'm sure you can see the comparisons and why I wanted to bring this up.
For a racer. However, all is not lost. Origin has just written us.
And Mayor of Albuquerque, you can absolutely get a Watto in chat. Hello, big girl. How are you doing? Well, come say hello. We're talking about trailers. Talking about trailers. Now, those are mangoes, big girl. I don't think you can digest those.
The best ships gracefully dance across its expanse. The worst clumsily plod across its face. The new M50 doesn't have time for any of that. Instead, it simply slices its way through. The 2944 M50 was designed with one goal in mind: make the ship that will win the next Murray Cup. The surprising thing is, Origin may have just about done it. The stats are an orgy of mind-bending numbers, but it comes down to two things: less weight and more power. You'll notice that the nose cone has grown what I can only describe as a moustache, added to stabilise all the additional thrust that the retooled and updated twin-hammer HM 4.3 drives spew out. And the refinement doesn't stop there. They've narrowed the front fuselage, moved the wings forward for better balance, shaved the cockpit view pane down to the thinnest it could still be, and not shatter in your face. The result? A pure flying machine. Each movement on the stick translates directly into unadulterated throttle action. Welcome back to the glory days of flying. That's all well and good, but when you're talking about a racing machine,
yeah.
At the end of the day,
well, and
really have
the reason why I wanted to bring this up is what Eagle Libs was saying about like not liking trailers that spoil stuff. I love trailers and assets that enrich, and this is absolutely that. Like, Star Citizen is a game that is unfurling, and a larger portion of their business model is getting people to buy ships either as they've come out or ahead of time. And so by taking that...
This, my friends, is going to be good.
Sorry, what was it saying? Oh, yes. The goal of this is to get us to buy this ship. And it does that. But it also grounds... It also grounds this part of the world in a manner that enriches. Like, this is a guy talking about, like, fancy spaceships, like, you know... middle-aged blokes talking about feckin' luxury cars and stuff. It has a familiar cadence to it that we can ground ourselves to. And that I think is another very, very, very powerful kind of asset. They're very expensive to make, And so they can be difficult to justify if you don't have like a non-standard business model. But Kybal says, this is so weird, no one talks about Star Citizen. Well, I'll admit I haven't spoken about it in a while, but like, regardless of your feelings on Star Citizen as a title, their assets around their ships were industry standard, and there are still very few titles that can step to that. Yeah, Alnus, thank you. Thank you for being more concise than I was. This is a world where people lark about spaceships in the same way we would. It creates a deeper idea of the setting, even if it's painfully silly. Yeah, by parodying, you know, middle-aged blokes drooling over cars. But it's... I mean, I can only really comment on myself, but Top Gear is one of those things in the UK that's just there. Oh, Kyle, I forgot that was what you're working on. Sorry. Jackie's saying they made more Top Gear style videos. Well, at that point, those do become... Spawning a series off of a very successful trailer is great, but that feels like another mode. It's like, where does the 10k coffee machine in their office fit into this? Feckin' yo. Oh, Ikoa, I'm really glad you found it interesting. I was a little worried that I was just going off on a things that Will likes to talk about that no one else gives a shit about. Trailers! I love them! Kyball also needs to sleep. Hey, don't let me keep you up. That was all I was really going to say on Star Citizen. Like, I could take you through all the different trailers they did. The one about the hauler, which is an absolute homage. Parody seems wrong because it's not mocking, but it is copy-pasted truck adverts, which I wasn't exposed to till I moved out to the US. Out here, they take trucks very seriously, and all the truck commercials have this formula. And for Star Citizen, they took that formula and did that for their hauler, which was brilliant. Oh, Ozzy, thank you for giving me the excuse to talk about something I love. Like, when I say I love video games, I mean all of it. Like, I love trailers, I love biz dev discussions. You know, I love the moving and shifting of the industry and its weird tectonic plates. And I feckin' love the way that we're learning and changing and growing as an industry. Like, the thing about Star Citizen wasn't the next in a long series of things that have done the same thing but bigger. Like, I love you superhero movies, but you don't get the same amount of excitement out of me because you have been doing the same formula for many, many years. It's a good formula. I like the formula. I will go see it. But it's very hard to be like, woo! Woo! But with video games, it's changing and growing so much. And when I say that, you know, I hope your projects, if you make them, end up doing gangbusters, because that's entirely possible. Like, love you all to pieces, but none of you are going to make a superhero movie that topples the Marvel Empire. I'm sorry, that's not going to happen. But you could make a video game that ends up doing huge gangbusters. That's still viable. And so I love talking about this. If I stop scritching at my nose. Sorry, I was very, very ill before stream because I was very hungover this morning. And so I'm just like, I hope I haven't got partially digested coffee in my nose. Oh yeah, Robin's like, shot of the truck driving over rock, shot of the truck being loaded, and that guy with the smooth voice being like, "You're a guy." No, see, I can't even do it because it's really like it's your country western uncle, not the creepy one, the good one. And he's been having a hard day driving a lot. See, I can't, but you know what I mean. Say Audible, give me 20 quid and a handheld cam from the 90s. I'll make your film go viral. Yeah, Secret Robin, you're right. They're always addressing the viewer directly. They're talking to you about how you work hard, usually referencing like your family, but in a non-descriptive, non-naming. They never name family members. It's just your family, so that idea. Then they show you the truck doing stuff. They show you the guy in the truck doing stuff, rolling over things. And then, like, it usually ends on, like, you know, he's sipping, like, a cup of coffee, looking out over the mountains or some stuff. That's the formula for the American truck commercial. And Star Citizen did that with a space hauler, because that's the kind of person that would need that kind of ship. You know, you're down to earth, not quite trucker, but, you know, space hauler. A truck that can handle all jobs all the time. Yeah, God, I wish. Oh, Jackie says, please size the Star Citizen one. All right. Let me see if I can cook it. Let me see if I can find it. Star Citizen Space Trucker. Okay, no, it turns out that is a series of people doing Space Citizen truck. Space Citizen hauler. Darn it! Is it the freelancer? Sorry, I'm trying to find the Oh, Robin, I also can't stand truck commercials. It's just fascinating that they all have that structure and that formula. Is it the freelancer? I think it is. Yeah, it's the freelancer. All right, so let me show you this one. If you'll indulge me another video, friends. This basically feels like when we do YouTube watch parties, but I'm in control of the playlist. As an FYI, Will's never allowed to be in control of the playlist when we do watch parties because I tend to abuse my power when I'm drunk. Anyway, so check this one out.
A comm comes over the spectrum with a job. All it says is an amount of cargo, a delicate timetable, and a risky route. You know you've got 42 cubic meters to pack full of profit. We're talking pressurized and shock-resistant construction, so whatever you put in here comes out the same way. You got two Arc Duo 400 engines. Their award-winning colloid ion technology gives you maximum fuel efficiency while keeping your sig low.
Like, if any of you are having like truck commercial flashbacks in a haunting manner, I'm very sorry. Also, sorry you're having trouble sleeping. I hope you're doing well. I'll keep you company till you're ready to pass out.
You come across a couple of pirates. But with a weapon system featuring trusted names like Bering and Cronin, you aren't too worried.
Trusted names. God, that's a truck term.
Commercial vessel, freelancer, class. Red tags look good. Cleared for landing at Area 18.
You're the one they come to when they need a job done right. Because you trust one ship. Misk Freelancer. Built for life.
Both. So people were asking, like, what's the current status of Star Citizen? It's just doing. Star Citizen's like slowly plugging along, slowly like doing updates and releases. It's neither a massive dumpster fire, nor is it doing stupid cash money dollars. They did have to change their advertising on their website due to, I want to say it was like UK watchdog regulations, but that's kind of been about it. Yeah, built for life, but please buy a new one every year. Please buy more trucks. God, it's just that bit where he's like, trusted brands. And, like, yeah, feckin' love it. I feckin' love it. And again, going towards like bringing that grounding, that is a commercial to sell us a ship, both in its thematics and in its action. And it does that very well. But it does it in a manner that kind of, again, it enriches the world just a little bit. It shows us a little snapshot of the kind of marketing that's being employed, the kind of people it's targeting at. So saleable Star Citizen, well, as Robin was saying, it's a weird game. It is. Its goal is to be the everything space game. Like, everyone all in one universe, all flying around, being able to like fly from planet to planet, doing spacey stuff. It rose to massive success during its Kickstarter campaign, where it was for a while one of the most funded games, and then has continued to fund development by selling essentially early access to ships, or the idea of ships in some regards. So, correct me if I'm wrong, you can acquire ships in the game, but if they keel over, you got to get a new one, unless you purchase one of those ships directly and then you have as many of it as you want. It's slowly coming together, but I personally think that the goal of the everything space game is still a little bit more of a technical challenge. There's lots of teams that are trying to do it from different directions. Star Citizen, I think, will probably be a big multiplayer space game, pretty heavily sharded, which will have some single player assets eventually. Like, there's going to be a single player variant called like Squadron 52, is it? I forget. Mark Hamill's in it. There's also going to be an FPS component, but these elements... That's 42, alright. Should have known. It's the answer to everything. There's going to be a first-person shooter component, but while they had initially pitched that these would be like all one and the same, they've kind of been sectioned off into different titles. Earl's also saying that they're not sure if it's been implemented, but you can get ship insurance. It'll give you a base ship back if you get blown up. Okay. Earl's saying they're about to be able to explore another star system. Also, there's about to be a player status wipe to make way for the new economy. That's cool. Well, I didn't realise that was the... Or if I did realise, I completely forgot because I'm a terrible friend. But that's the project that Kaibal's working on at the moment. So... Syllable says... Oh yeah, you were saying... Sounds like Evacron. Which one's Evacron? I've got so many of those like potential everything space games downloaded. There was one that was like a mix of... Oh, yeah, the Evacron series, like Evacron Legacy, Evacron Mercenaries. God, I played Evacron Mercenary 1,000 years ago. But yeah, there's a bunch of different games that are trying to do the everything space game. One that I was quite excited for was Dual Universe, because it was a voxel-based big space game. So you were able to construct these fascinating spaces. However, the last play I had of it, it was not stable. It was not ready for consumers. I really hope they fix it, and I really hope they get it together. Because the idea of us actually building our own mobile battleship, our own like mobile flotilla of that makes me happy. If someone could offer me that in a game where we can just have a longship battleship, like an everything carrier that we can like go on adventures on, and like each of us have our own little different ships all attached to it, and that would be grand. But so far no one's been able to offer us that. I've tried Space Engineers multiplayer. When it works, it's incredible, but you've got to be prepared to feck around with it. Clank. Sorry, Vanderbeest, head of house. Order what, oh friend? We were going to play a golf game, and now we've just been nattering for 3 hours. How are you? Clank was saying they can't stomach Star Citizen due to the low FPS-induced motion sickness, and that's fair. Earl says they're still on the prowl to pick up the Kraken in Star Citizen so we can make a longship dream come true. I mean, Earl, I'd never ask you to spend that kind of cash ahead of time. And when it gets to the point where that is viable... Sorry, Earl was... the ship Earl's talking about is a carrier in Star Citizen, which would be possible for our grand longship dream. Oh, okay. So, sorry, the game that Jackie Fox is mentioning, Averon, it's crossed my dashboard a few times, but I've never really got into it hard. I mean, a co-op space sandbox does sound pretty feckin' rad. Have I got it? Is it on wishlist? That seems like one I'd want to experiment with first before like dedicating a day to. But if it's one that you got experience with and recommend, like I'll give it a run. I was like, in theory, I'll be able to afford one with ease if I melt down all my ships. I wouldn't ask you to do that either, bleed Nora. But if that becomes a possibility in the future, you know I'd be about that. Oh yeah, Eagle Lives, that's an eternal mood. Like, Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask. God. Zelda's been nothing but bangers. Oh shite, wasn't there a new Und Chill album that got dropped? The Metroid and. Yeah, Samus and Chill. I'll listen to that next. Okay. Well, sorry, Jackie was saying that I tried the demo once, had a big update. What I would really like it is if Space Engineers, the person that made the Rocinante for Space Engineers would feckin' update it. I'm also having a look at the workshop because it does look like... okay, this is... Oh, feck. Okay, yeah. So, Jackie, thank you for letting me know that one, because Sorry, I understand I went off into space a little bit there. I just checked the Steam workshop for Averon, and most popular ships include the Megathron and the MCRN Corvette class Tachi, and I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. Are you addressing me personally, or was this meant to be made for someone else? Not gonna lie. Victory class Star Destroyer. Sign me the heck up. Alright, well, that's definitely going on the wish list. Because it's come across my feed multiple times, but again, with a lot of those like Voxley space titles or anything that's trying to go for the everything game, the everything space game is, you can never tell which ones are going to succeed or which ones are great in theory. Okay. Oh, just Sailorable was just saying that the Evacron games do a really good job of Newtonian physics simulation. Way cool. I hadn't considered that. Well, Jackie, let me know what you think of it. I mean, this is a time of the year, friends, where it's not like we need more video games, but the reason why I haven't done a lot of space games is it's hard to know which ones are going to be interesting for you to watch and which ones are going to give people motion sickness. You know what I mean? We've done a few rounds of Pulsar, and we probably will do again, but we're slowly starting to get to the point in Pulsar where the silliness is drifting away and we're actually playing it for realsies because it's good. Do you know what I mean? I was like, yeah, and which ones will not work on my system? God, I have wanted to play Elite Dangerous since I got hands-on with it at like EGX Resd 1,000 years ago. And every system that I have owned has been unable to run it, and I've just given up. I've just given up.
Humble store purchase made for year 24,99.
Jackie, was that you? Feckin' thank you. Sorry, I was having a big gush last night about why I love the humble partner thing. And it's because when we talk about video games, which shocking, Will likes talking about video games. If one of you genuinely goes, you know what? Will, you have convinced me. I'm buying a video game. And okay, yes, we get a cut of it, but like the thing that makes me so happy about it is that I get to hear the little like, yes, I not only liked the banter, but I liked it enough to pick up the game you're talking about. That's a massive compliment, right? That's like when someone actually reads a book you recommend them. I have a personal rule that I will only read a book recommended to me if someone will do the same. You know what I mean? Because the amount of times people are like, oh, you've got to read this thing and this thing and this thing. And you're like, oh, have you read this? And they're like, no, but. And you're like, cool. So I guess you consider my opinion worthless, and yet you consider your own to be superpowered. I see how it is. But no, sorry, I just be going off on tangent. Jackie, thank you kindly. God, I feel bad for this golf game. Like, what if we just natter and hang out for another hour? Like... What if we just have a big old natter? Like, Golf Club Wasteland does look really interesting, and I do want to show you. But I kind of don't want to stop chatting. Like, I'm gonna probably refresh my coffee and keep having a natter. Okay, and this isn't just me trying to push games on you all. The one that I do recommend wholeheartedly, because Fiona and I played a bunch of it. We played it with Megaran before he was back touring. And this is Pulsar the Lost Colony, and it's like an unbranded Star Trek co-op. I want to say roguelike, but I think it's a static universe. You and up to 4 friends control a ship, and your goal is to make it to the Lost Colony by whatever means necessary. It can be played in VR. We don't play it there. We play it just fucking normally. I don't know why that was my remembering things dance. And we've had such a good time with it. At the time, Fiona accidentally sold all of our armor, and Ran was trying to fly us through a feckin' debris field, and just the slightest sneeze of a rock would cause us to explode. And yeah, as Krypton says, you can also just sit in a lounge and play Liar's Dice. It has a very, very... Oh, what is the term I'm thinking of? I want to say diegetic structure, but I might just be saying words that don't make sense. All the terminals in-game are things you can push buttons on directly, and not all of the systems are immediate, so you have to learn them. Like, if you get a ship with a stealth drive, which is fucking cool, the stealth drive is a fish tank. I don't know how you run the fish tank, but it makes you invisible. Sometimes. Fuck it, yo. Oh, and say honorable Sky Aegis, sorry. I am also a fan of audiobooks. I just don't even have time to listen to them these days. Like, it was great when I had like a commute and stuff. But now, I mean, what's my commute? Roll out of bed, hungover, try and drink a coffee, chunder, and then smack my ass into sitting down and chat with you lot. That's my commute at the moment. I'm trying to try and cut out the whole hangover part at the beginning, as it's rather painful. Okie dokie Lokies. It is a good commute, and it beats being stuck on a train for an hour each way going in and out of London. That's for bloody sure. Utopia's like, don't you love it when you load up an old save file and completely forget what's happening? Yo, sometimes I just start games again. For Opus Magnum, I've been playing that again from the start. And most of it's been a feckin' disaster. But it was easier to replay it than try and relearn it. Items says guinea pig game with protagonist Perun. If you're talking about guinea pig parkour, I am aware of it and I'm very looking forward to it. Okay, I love your game shops and I do love this mix, but I'm gonna mix it up because Dustin, I knew you were a person of taste. Sorry, Dustin was just saying Opus Magnus is the crown jewel of Zachtronics. I wholeheartedly agree. Now, the others do great things. They really do. And they go at it from different angles. But, like, nothing makes me feel feckin' like I know what the hell I'm doing quite like Opus Magnum. Although, most of my builds will make the engineers amongst you twitch. Let me see if I can... I don't know if you'll be able to see this one, but... classy. I don't know if you're able to see this one because it's quite small, and I don't know if we can zoom. Oh, we can zoom in on this. Oh, I can do that. Right. Check out this. This was Will's gold. This was Will's lead into gold machine. I'm very proud of this because I worked out how to copy paste instructions. So it created like 4 parallel processors basically for transferring down to copper, then the copper up to silver, and then silver to gold. Bam. I'm very, very proud of it. Sky just broke their imagination playing D&D. I'm pretty sure you can get that repaired. I'm pretty sure. So, I will say, I'm not good at Opus Magnum, but I love it. Like... Oh, Sailable is one of the people that has to stay until they beat their friend score on every level. I'm not that manner, but I did manage to beat Sadlin on one. And I felt like a fecking smart kid super genius. Because I'm not a... I mean, I have programmed. I'm not a programmer by trade. And there's a particular style of engineering to all of this, which is not something that I have an aptitude for, you know what I mean? The one I really want to try, which I believe... Oh, God. Was it a gift from Katros? Oh, I have a master list of all the gifts from lovely people. But there's one, the Exopunks, where you get to basically do, like, zine tier hacking, and it's feckin' cool. Oh, Dustin's a sucker for symmetry, so symmetry builds get their brain whirring. All right, well then, this is going to infuriate you. Let me just zoom on in. I am a big fan of doing nonsense like this. Like, doing the kind of like the construction area. Like the... Oh, what is the term I came up with? The mech construction show floor. I'm a big fan of that. Lineup says it shares some commonalities with Shinsen.io. Oh, it does. A bit like Zachtronics have been working towards these different kinds of... Been working along the same theme from different angles for a while. Also, I forgot how good the story is. Like, Opus Magnum has a story to it that is banging. Like... And technically, I never finished it back in the day, so I'm starting to get into puzzles that I didn't solve before. But honestly, like, starting again from the beginning was way less stressful than trying to relearn at a high tier. Also, if you haven't seen Opus Magnum before, you play an alchemist. An alchemist trying to solve varying problems and create varying things. So there's one where you create a hangover cure, which is literally just water. Where's my spinny bastard? I really like that one. Where's the spinny bastard? Yiddy? Did you all hear that? Sorry, I'm gonna go check. I do not know what that thud was. I tell you what, friendos, I'm gonna go get a quick refresh on my cuppa, and I'll be back in just a second while I work out what in the bloody hell's going on. I'll be back with you in just a second. There we go. Sorry about that. Thank you for waiting. I had to tell off River. She got into the bins. God, I feel like I finally understand how my parents would always know when I was getting up to something. Like, I definitely feel like oh, get to the boat. Sorry, I was drifting off into space for a few seconds there, shocking me back into work. How's it going? Sorry, I'm putting some cheese into my face. My stomach is feeling much better. Get to the boat. Thank you for 31 months. Like, for coming, chatting, hanging out. I am doing much better. Let's go with that. I was royally hungover this morning. Unfairly so, I might add. Because I forgot to eat yesterday. So, I put gin in my system and didn't put any food in to counter it. Okay, Spooky Ghost, thank you for 100 bits. That is very kind of you. I do not deserve it today, because I was very late. Get to the boat. Jesus, not gin shots. I have done shots of gin. It's not the optimal method, but that was not what happened last night. As for how we're doing, I was gonna play a game called, Golf Club Wasteland today. And honestly, we've just been sitting around and nattering for 3 hours, and it's been kind of nice. Shocking. I like talking to you lot. I know. What a revelation this is. But that's what we've been up to. But yeah, River got into the bin. So that's what it was, the thud of guilt. Yeah, we're officially lost in the nattering sauce. We were also talking about Opus Magnum when he came in, and Sailorable was showing off their creation for airship fuel. Which, if you didn't see the link above, it's very, very cool. But see, this is... So, Sailorable, that's an incredible machine. I tend to make monstrosities. Hang on, I'll let it do its run once. I like making big, weird monstrosities. That just seems to be my style. Oh, Vanderbeest is saying gin without food doesn't sound like an unjust hangover. Well, considering how much I drank, which was not a lot, I do not deserve to feel this bad. But honestly, like, I'm feeling loads better now, so I'm hoping it's one of those, like, you know, early to chunder, early to recover. So Sailorable has some super long ones that they're going for minimum space and cost. Yeah, I think what I enjoy about Opus Magnum is that if you just want to solve the puzzles and do the thing, it's very, very flexible. It doesn't force you to only use X number of pieces or only spend X amount of money. And it would have been very easy for them to implement like a cost system, but they don't. So for those of you who haven't seen Opus Magnum, if you look at the bottom where it says cost, cycles, and area, those are the three things that your build is rated on. And you're rated against all your friends. So when you finish your build, it'll be like, all right, well, Will's took 749 cycles and took up 227. But then Sadlin or Sailorable or someone did it in like 200 cycles or 50 cycles. And so you can then start doing different builds to try and be like, what's the most cost effective? Like, what's the smallest area? And that's the idea behind Opus Magnum. But even if that's not your jam, even if that's not your flavor, I'm trying to see if I can find another proper monstrosity. Sorry, but my point was more like, even if that's not your goal, you can still have a ton of fun with it. It doesn't penalize you for just playing it like I do, and I really appreciate that. Okay, and I do like stuff like this. This is definitely the mech construction line. This is my life sensing potion. Oh, also, I have sugary color water for heals. Oh. I feckin' love tracks. I love robot arms. What can I say? Sorry, I just saw Dustin's early to chunder. You've done a blunder. Oh. Alright, anyway, enough Opus Magnum flexing. So, how is it going with your lovely selves? As I was saying to... No, whatever it was I was about to say is completely lost. Apparently, I'm just a chronic stupid today. Hey, Eagle lives. Let me have this. Let me pretend. Yeah, sorry. As I find my thoughts once more, we were nattering about the Everything Space game, and before that we were talking about trailers. Most of the discussions at the moment have just been like, how are there so many incredible games all at once? It does feel like this year everybody forgot that video games all come out in September. It was almost like everyone was kind of faffing about during the summer and suddenly went, oh shit, video games, and launched everything at once. Which does make sense considering the discombobulated state of the games industry at the moment, with the cool zone continuing to be cool. You know, no real E3, no real Gamescom. It changes how a lot of people structure their year, and I think September snuck up on a lot of people. But we talked about this a lot throughout the week, so I don't know if it really needs covering again. Like, more now than ever, like, market early, market often. Good games do not sell themselves, despite what anybody tells you. Sealable says the biggest hype this year is Pokemon. You mean the $15,000 collectible Oreo Pokemon? Still blowing my mind. The thing is, that's not even a proposed price. Someone bought a cookie for $15,000. Saleable, I'd completely forgotten about that. Yeah, it's the open world Pokemon game again. God, okay, between that and like the Kirby The Forgotten Land, which is like the last of Kirby, the Kirby-of-us. Whoa, caffeine. Oreos are not bad. I wouldn't describe them as like one of the greats. They're not quite like Jammy Dodger tier, but they're up there. Also, I'm not going to show you excerpts from it, but it seems that everyone found out about the Thomas the Tank Engine horror game. So that's been the other thing that's all over my feed this morning. And I try not to be that smug. Oh, I see. You've only just learnt about Thomas the Tank Engine horror. I try not to be Mr. Mc. I knew about it before it was cool, but yeah, Choo Choo Charles. It seems there must have. I think there was a GIF or something that did the rounds yesterday, and all the journos were like, "Wait, what the fuck?" I'm not going to show it to you because if you have arachnophobia, congratulations, it's going to give you nightmares. But it is a train survival horror game where you are stalked by a giant Thomas the Tank Engine style monster, but it has giant spider legs and scutters, but it's the size of a train. Oh, and Jackie says they've been trying the Averon. Seems pretty fun. The universe seems large and full of exploration. Lovely. Oh, get to the boat. Why? And I called you a friend. What is with this Oreo hate? Now, I will say the double and max stuff of Oreo does definitely increase its deliciousness. And we're not asking anyone to spend $15,000. God. Oh, okay. Sorry, Dari was saying that the announcement trailer came out yesterday, so that's why everybody found it. Okay. I've been aware of it for a while. But okay, that makes sense. Yeah, Jackie? Who knows? I'm gonna have a. If I get a copy of it, I'll have a putz about with it first before before we get long shit nonsense underway. But yeah, if you want Thomas the Tank Engine horror, look up Choo Choo Charles on Steam. Because, oh boy. I guess in video game news-wise, the other thing that's been really interesting is Microsoft have been very open about the console shortage. Microsoft was saying that the console shortage is going to continue into 2022. Just the world getting back to how it was, and the chaos that came from feckin' Evergreen. VB, I mean, I still describe myself as ginger. My hair's getting darker as I'm getting older, so eventually I'll lose the defining trait of being and ginger. But for the meantime... what was I nattering about? Horror games, skittering spiders... Oh, console shortage! Yeah, the reason why I find that fascinating is because Sony keeps saying that there is no console shortage, despite the fact that there very obviously is. Nintendo's kind of not saying anything either way. It's nice to see one of the big console manufacturers being like, nah, shit's bad. Shit's real bad. It's gonna get better, but not soon. So basically, if you are thinking of picking up a console for the Christmas period or for your nearest and dearest, like, don't wait. There will not be a lot of them around Christmas time. Yeah, Sony, there is no war in Ba Sing Se. It feels that way. It feels that way. Even getting a feckin' PS4 is a difficult maneuver. It's trickier than it has been in the past. Now, we all understand why that is. It's just interesting that Sony keeps kind of being like, nah, it's fine. It's fine. No, there's no problem. There's no problem. Everything's fine. Feckin' hell. Sorry, RW in chat was saying Simon Pegg. It's been a long time since I've heard that. It used to be the start of every Rally Point comment section would be, who's that Simon Pegg looking Mother Hubbard? And then when Craig grew his beard and got rid of the glasses, he had like a Will Wheaton look going on, so... I used to hear that very, very, very regularly. I mean, it's not an insult. Simon Pegg's a feckin' ledge. Jackie! Jackie, that's incredibly kind of you, thank you. I wasn't fishing, like... Friendo, sorry, just, okay, Steam, I need you to pull it up. Jackie, that's very kind of you. I think Jackie just sent over Averon. Well, RW, it was a lovely conversation while it lasted. Eagle says they're going to wait for the next version of the PS5 Xbox Series X thing when they think about getting one. First one seems to be unreliable. I mean, I don't think that's a... Caffeine! Bring the heavy flamer. Okay, sorry. To focus on the things that matter, Jackie Fox kindly sent me over a copy of that game. That's really nice of you. Thank you. You didn't have to do that. Well, I get to give it a trundle. I'm definitely going to get the Expanse ships downloaded, like, ASAP. Sailor was saying that they're kind of feeling bleh about this generation of consoles. I know what you mean. I do not feel there are enough standout titles to make the consoles a purchase worthy in their own right. I would love to play like the Demon Souls remaster on PS5, but that's the only thing for a PS5. There are other titles, but those can be picked up elsewhere, you know what I mean? And the Xbox console feels like more an extension of like this whole Xbox as a platform, rather than a thing that I absolutely have to have. And Numbers, how are you doing, friend? What-ho! Well, I can get Final Fantasy VII Remake for PS4, so the fidelity of it isn't as important to my good self, you know what I mean? And Sailor was saying much of Xbox is on PC. I mean, I do agree. I think that's their overall goal, is to create a platform rather than consoles. Number says, no Yuffie on PS4. Cases. Anyway, I'm not dissing on the PS5 as a setup. It's just, I understand what you're saying, and we're definitely in a transitional period. Like,
if I want a platform, I'll go to a shoe shop.
Oh, my life. But Sailable, thank you for the 200. Ah, bless the sugar water. Full of real fruit juices, it says. I'm pretty sure it's just made with, like, crushed lizard and chemicals, but it makes me feel good. If I want a platform, I'll go to the train station. Thank you, Numbers. But it's interesting to see how the world is changing. I don't know if you all saw, but earlier in the week, Capcom were having a discussion about the plan of the future. Their plans of the future, and Capcom have stated they're going to be a PC-focused developer moving forward. Publisher. A PC-focused publisher moving forward. Wah! Took 4 bloody run-ups to get it there. Yeah, the flam. The tasty cyber flam. I forget where I was going. Don't drink, friends. Don't drink. It's a bad time. It's a sad time. What was I going to say? Oh, yes. It's fascinating that Capcom is looking to move to being a PC primary publisher, because they are... I mean, feck. They're a publisher that made their name in consoles and arcades. Like... Sky just says, I doubt Capcom is going to ditch consoles entirely, as Street Fighter alone would carry the console sales. I mean, what I've been hearing, at least from individuals in the fighting game community, is that more and more tournaments are using the PC version as standard just for compatibility. And that makes a lot of sense. And also, arcades are taking a massive, massive bashing right now. Oh, and Ozzy, yeah, thank you for the jump start there. Numbers is saying maybe I should take my own advice and not drink as much. But then how would I be an example to others? How will I teach others through my pain? Oh. Yeah, Sailorable, I know them feels. Like, the idea of going to a place where I touch everything intentionally feels weird. I'm not quite ready to do that. But I miss them. There's a really good arcade bar down the road called Coindexter's, which is very fun. And they have a full-on 2-cab Killer Queen setup, which is awesome. But I'm still not quite ready for that, you know? When we tend to go out for a drink, we tend to go to the dog bar, which Numbers and people got to go to as my little birthday thing. Because it's open, it's outdoor, and, like, you don't have to touch anything getting in and out that place, which is fucking grand. Wait, Get to the Boat. Did we talk about this earlier in the week? Sorry. Get to the Boat was lamenting the death of arcades and mentioning Sega World and the Trocadero, which, stop me if I already told you all about this one, but was a It was an arcade in the center of Piccadilly Circus, a huge building. And it was arcades, and then it was like Sega World at the top. God, it was fucking cool. It's fucking cool. Sadly, it wasn't able to make money, and eventually the Sega World part closed, and then the Trocadero just became its own entity with arcade machines, and eventually the arcades went. I think it's a fucking department store now or something. Yeah, it gets the boat. The escalator with the loop lights that would take you up into Sega World, like, you're right. To a kid, that was the coolest shit ever. So good. And I am very privileged to be in an area like Seattle that still has a thriving, like, arcade scene. Like, the amount of arcade bars and nerd bars and heck, even pinball venues in Seattle is massive. Which is, in no small part, one of the reasons why I wanted to move here. I mean, fucking even GameWorks, the place where I had my little residency for a while, the quality and condition of the machines, except for the House of the Dead machines, was fucking great. I don't know why the House of the Dead machines were always the ones that got ragged. But, like, they had proper peak DDR, and they had one of the Initial D, like, ride-in cabinets that would use, like, it would flick you around on hydraulics to make you feel like you're actually driving proper. It's fucking cool. But it's one of those things that, sadly, as our industry grows and changes as fast as it does, there are things that will be sadly left by the wayside. Like, people are going to speak fondly about the Skylanders, Lego Dimensions era of, like, toys as games, but it was a model that just wasn't sustainable. Like, I've still got the Star Fox kit from the Ubisoft Jet Fighter but toys game, which was all right. Like, it wasn't great. I loved the idea of it. And arcades are kind of a similar vein. Like, arcade bars are successful because people spend cash on booze. People come, they spend money on booze and food, and a lot of time on the cabinets. They make a bit of money on people paying to play, but the dollar cost per hour doesn't really... The dollar cost per hour is not as high as the dollar cost per hour when drinking. You know what I mean? So combining the two does make for a good business model, but just arcades on their own are a difficult sell these days. And with the world being the state it is right now, you don't need me to tell you. Those things I'm glad that we got as as an art medium. I'm so glad we had the arcades era. And some of the feckin' joyous things that came out of that. Yeah, saleable, exactly. Spending £4 on video games, but probably end up spending 40 quid on drinks. Yeah. And I'm glad that we found that space. Also, okay, let's be honest. We're still trying to shake off a lot of design theory that became entrenched during the arcade era, and are really things that we struggled to get rid of. I'd really like to see some of the concepts that we have. Oh, sorry, Numbers was asking if we talked about the fact that the Northgate Light Rail Station's open. We have not. Don't know what I'm going to do with that. I still need help Fiona with her work stuff this evening, so probably not going out for... Well, and the idea of going out for drinks makes me feel very queasy. But it does open up getting in and out of downtown now without the same level of nonsense, which would be feckin' marvellous. Sky Asia says the surprise no one buys a bulk deal of consoles, sets up a hangout area, and then charges per hour per room. What most of the people that do with that tend to do is, again, they make the money on the drinks rather than on the room rentals. there's a few bars that don't do the arcade setup, but do like have like free play consoles and stuff like that. God, yeah. Light rail opens up a whole bunch of opportunities. Plus, Northgate's where the Krakens train, so at some point we'll probably be looking at tentacled men on ice. Sorry, I think I lost my train of thought there on the arcades and arcade philosophies. TLDR, feckin' love them. I like asking people as a general question, what is the arcade cabinet that you would get if you had the money? And you're not allowed to get one of those like custom all-in-one cabinets. Like one solid cab for your house, what would you get? Sailorable says that when they spent time in the Philippines, arcades are still doing really well, and in a lot of other countries. Yes. It does tend to be regions where electronics are expensive, with a lower median income, tends to have a stronger arcade, but it also tends to have a stronger internet cafe scene. So, like large places like the Philippines, South Korea, places where owning your own PC and rig, and sometimes owning your own console and space just isn't viable. Because people don't have access to it, they tend to just go and play it at spaces. Oh, okay, so here's some of people's arcade machine choices. JPost says DDR. Which one? Mine would probably be Nova 2. Bacon Avenger would go for Gauntlet. Yeah. Fred would go for the unique experience of Silent Scope. God, I rinsed those. First time I went to a Dave & Buster's, I just sat there and just finished Silent Scope. Still love it. I mean, I love sniping in video games, so I was always going to be about that. Ozzy would go for the 1941 Counterattack. That's the top-down plane shooter, right? The bullet hell. Sky just take Gauntlet, give it a legacy. And Nova says, what do you mean by cabinet? Like a single physical unit. So like you could go as ridiculous as like the House of the Dead, like all-encompassing one with like the bucket seats that throw you around. Cruising USA is also a second good guess. Okay, so yeah, Ozzy, it was the top-down shooter. All right, yeah. Oh, Fred, Virtual Odd, sign me up. I try and think of things that I'd want to play multiple times. I'm really tempted by Smash TV, because that's just fun. I'm never going to finish Smash TV, but I am going to have a lot of good times getting there. Oh, Pyro Jing would say that the Gundam Pod would be their one of choice. Feckin' yo! And Kisa says, I do miss hearing the House of the Dead and the Reload voiceover. That, you know what? Of all the noises of GameWorks, that one was actually more calming. Reload! Reload! That and the sound of people playing the basketball machines. I like that. Sky Aegis is asking if the Battletech Sims count. Ooh. I'm going to veto those, not because I don't like them, but because that's what I think we would all choose, and then we would have our own like MechWarrior League. Actually been chatting to the person who's been rebuilding their Battletech arcade cabs, and once it's safe to travel, and they've actually invited us if we want to come down and do some stuff. Hologram Time Traveler, Sega 1991. That doesn't ring a bell, Iron Him. But it might be again because I'm ruinously hungover. Cerebral's like they feel bad because they went for a super retro game. No, it's a good shout. Like, Space Invaders Classic is grand. I would still... Is it Galaga, which is the Space Invaders Plus? That's the one that I would go for just because... Is it Galaga? I think it is. That's the one I'd go for because it's as good as the Space Invaders cab, but there's more playing to it, you know what I mean? Vanderby says, would Medieval Madness Pinball Machine count? Oh, Skyges, yeah, Galaxian, thank you. God, I'm just jello today. Thank you all for putting up with just my incessant nattering and hangouts. Like, I do not have the mental capacity to be a smart person today. But I do have the mental capacity to talk to you all about arcade machines. Okay, so I am saying, so it was a holographic arcade cab by the guy that did Dragon's Lair. Okay. Oh, and Sky just, I'm sorry, I think I missed the joke there. I think my hungover brain was like, what? And your joke was like, numbers, you terror. You terror. God. I mean, like, Ms. Pac-Man would probably be my other choice, because that's another one that you can just play ad infinitum. Because in a certain regard, like, that's a lot of what happened with the arcade scene, was the race towards novelty created experiences that were great a bit, but had no real reason for you coming back. And combined with the rise of home consoles, like, when it came to... God darn it, I'm trying to wring this thought out of my feckin' noodle, and it's just not happening. Joust was an arcade cab, and it was rad as hell. Yeah, Scourges, I did veto Battletech Sims because they're too awesome. Also, people were right, like, the Battletech cabinets, the Battletech pods were never traditional arcade setups. Like, it still blows my tiny mind to think... Oh, fuck. Holy shit! Thor! No, I'm hungover! Don't do this to me! Why? No! What? Oh, and welcome! Thor just brought in 100 pirates. Do we have any? Yes, Vanderbeest! Get the shield ball up! We can do this! Thor, you glorious Mother Hubbard! What? Oh, and welcome! I am very hungover. We've just been spending the day nattering about, like, video game trailers. I was gonna play, what was it? Golf Club Wasteland, but it did not work. There we go. Sky, just caffeine, Aussie, Chrono. Yes! We shall fight back! We shall do battle! Oh, so yeah, how the feck are you doing, you glorious Mother Hubbard?
Welcome, friendos.
Welcome, friendos. Alright, so to the Kind Wolf, Veaches, Maroon, Corsa, Mad Weaver, Grin, Regita Viper says, Katana Steel, the real Gaiaka, do not accept the fake one, and the Skystorm King, the Gunster, the Gun Santa? It feels like a Gundam reference I'm not getting. Bob, and did I say hi to everybody that was saying hi? I think I did. Well, to all of you, Watto and welcome. How are you doing, you lovely Mother Hubbards? Oh no! Sorry, Kind Wolf was saying that Thor's router just kicked the bucket.
The
no!
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle.
Yo! Quasi!
Overcome Dark Villain Shredder.
Quasi's like fresh blood. Quasi, that's feckin' cool of you. So those that got tagged by Quasi's hunting spree was Temeri, Little Sparrow, Morat LP, High King Ekovin, and the Electric Dragon of the United Kingdom. Okay, well, so those of you who just joined us, what, ho, and welcome. How goes it? My name's Will. If we haven't met before, it's lovely to make your acquaintance. Much like Thor, I, as a games industry numpty for a great many years, although at the moment I'm not working on anything. Well, okay, I am on working on a GDD for a vertical slice for a project that we'll be pitching next year, but nothing I can really talk about. I'm very proudly part of Thor's Go Pirate fleet, and that lovely Mother Hubbard is pretty much the reason why I ended up doing this full time. So, feckin' yo. Did I say games industry novelty? I mean, I usually describe myself as the games industry's premium dumpster fire. The top tier of industry burnouts. A numpty, if you will. Yes, numbers. And when you lot came on in, we were just talking about if you had, I say, money no question, if you could have one arcade cabinet, what would it be? And we were just chatting about that. We did a whole like deep dive into game tutorials, game trailers earlier today, specifically announcement trailers for new IPs, and that was feckin' cool. Okay, so Kind Wolf was saying Raiden Project. The Gun Santa. I say that with the same cadence as Gun Cutter. Hounds down Area 51. Yo. Oh shit, Crocs actually has a Tempest arcade cabinet. Yo. Oh, and Nubbers was saying that their friend's older brother has 6 to 8 OG pinball machines. Lovely. Fred was saying, if not Golden Axe 2, then just because you have to. Turtles in Time. Yeah. I mean, I'm with Say Audible on this one. I'd actually go very retro because I want the kind of cabinet that I can play many, 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 many times. And I think pinball always solves that, but let's take pinball off the board because again, that's its own wonderful sphere. Also, if I had to choose a pinball machine, it would be the Starship Troopers cabinet. Oh wow! Gunsan says, buddy, there's the entire like arcade skee ball pinball setup. Lovely. I mean, as I was saying when you came on in, like, I'm also a Seattleite, and I actually had a residency at GameWorks for a bit, where I actually streamed from there. And it was feckin' cool. And the sheer quality and caliber of arcades and pinball setups that we have in the Greater Seattle region is ridiculous! Sayolable says, are we including non-video game stuff like Whack-A-Mole? I mean, we could open that up. We could open up the pit. Oh, sorry, but before we get on to nattering, so those of you that came over from Thor's, Watto, welcome. So aside from his router eating it, what was Thor up to today? Was it a dev day or was it a New World day? Just Jackie screaming, open up this fucking pit! Kittens Live was saying today was a dev day getting disconnected from New World. Them first week MMO blues. I had a feeling that today was that the servers were going to get hammered as the first Saturday. God. Yeah, I mean, I feel for him, I really do. We've been lucky, touch wood. We've not had too much in the way of like internet technical problems here, but I have lived the hellscape. Oh, and Osterline's going to do a lurk and a draw. Well, I shall endeavour to be the entertaining background noise. And Valkyrie Lantern, what ho, friend. I do not doubt your boop powers. I do not doubt them. Wall of Death, let's go. How do you do a Wall of Death in ASCII? Anyway, to those of you just joined us, as I said, I was gonna do some video gamey stuff today, but we've ended up just hanging out and having a natter, listening to some smooth jams. Oh, I was showing off my Opus Magnum monstrosities. Sorry, just Ben at C222 in chat being like, ah, I'm dying, like that, yeah. Jack is like, alright, first step, you start by playing Lamb of God. Okay, a younger me would have been down for it, but 30-year-old me is not going into a Lamb of God pit. Like... And Dustin, you nearly got a spit take out of me there. Wall of Death equals Paris Catacombs. Sorry, for those of you who don't know, the Wall of Death is a mosh pit maneuver where the audience splits like parting the seas and then just runs at each other. It's called the Wall of Death because you're literally running into a wall. I've seen people fly in that. Yeah, okay, Jackie, we'll just have a circle pit, it'll be fine. Or, better than that, what if we just go get nachos? Oh, to the real Greco, I hope I said hello when you came in. Oh, Katana Steel was adding like Missile Commander or Street Fighter cabinets if no pinball. Well, which would you go for? Because like Missile Commander and Street Fighter 2 is definitely games you could play a lot and a lot. Like, a Tekken 7 sit-down cabinet feels decadent. But then again, I already have Tekken 7. And I can just plug in a fight stick and get the experience in a slightly more comfortable chair. So... sorry, just Jackie Fox giving me both a hilarious and horrendous mental image. Like, take a whole plate of nachos into a pit, into a circle pit, a mosh pit, if you will. And it's cheese and tortillas flying left, right, and center. Sorry, and Fred's like, that's cool. Just plug in your fight stick and throw your son into like off a mountain. Here you go, kid. It'll be a learning experience. Yeah, well, so Katana Steel, that's why I love asking people, like, what's the cabinet you'd get? Because you learn a lot about them and their tastes and their priorities. Like, it's a really good, like, litmus test question. Because, like, Missile Command's a game you could play for feckin' ages, but then Street Fighter 2, it's iconic, and especially if you have people to play against. Fred was saying Windjammers. And to Gun Santa, oh, you saw him on Thursday, go you? Was at the edge of the pit, and a friend turns to another and goes, are we going in here? And so his friend says, well, I've got work tomorrow. It's like, mate, we're 30, we've all got work tomorrow. God, that's a sore Friday. Although I will say, the thing about getting older, I've noticed that when I do go hard like that, I usually have like a day's grace period now. Like, it actually doesn't hurt until the day after the day after. When we went to the gig karaoke night and partied it up, we ended up having a lot of people put ska tracks on, and I just ended up having a feckin' boogie and yelling to my heart's content. And the crunching bone noises that came out of my body wasn't directly the next day, but the day after, which is when Favor 6 ended up making me get up and move around. That one hurt. Oh, Dustin was saying a DDR cabinet for Necro Dancer. Does that exist? Like, if it does, then feckin' sign me up. Oh, and Sky just found out about the Gundam pods. Yeah, they're pretty cool. It's actually the same hardware that runs the Star Wars pods that you might see out here in the US. Santa was saying that they feel like anything that enhances the gameplay experience. Cruising USA, Time Crisis, Carnival, that kind of thing. Oh, yeah. Oh, Fred, Dustin put forward a DDR cabinet for Necro Dancer. And I'm like, I don't know if that exists, but it feckin' should. Oh, and to Santa, we vetoed the mech pods, like the Battletech mech pods, I forget what their proper name is. Mainly because they're so feckin' awesome that would be most people's first pick. There's a gentleman, I forget where he's based in the world. I think it's, I want to say Ohio, but I might just be thinking of random stuff. Who's actually got a set of 4 of them refurbed with new monitors to make them playable, and I think that's feckin' rad. Like... Oh! To the Gun Center. Thank you kindly for the follow. Usually here, we tend to play a weird or different indie game as well as natter about everything under the sun, but yeah, welcome to our little corner of the internet, yo. God. I will say that we do not have the space for an arcade cabinet, and we certainly don't have the cash, so it's not a question I have to solve. Though, okay, I did find out that you can buy Gashpon machines. You could just buy the Bandai Namco, like the tiny gacha style crank handle machines, and then you can just put whatever you want in them. And I gotta admit, I was real tempted. They're not cheap, they're like $60, $70. But I was looking at them being like, that's kinda cool. I don't know what I would use it for, and the idea of putting stuff in there myself to give to myself does seem very, how to phrase it politely, self-indulgent. Oh, Kisa, claw machines. Which, I think the irony of those being is that they are very rarely actually prize-winning machines. They are challenge machines, with occasional victories. Sorry, I was just reminded of Omega Mart's claw machine butter dispenser. Did Nightmare Creatures get an arcade cabinet? Let's have a look. Nightmare Creatures does not get an arcade cab. Now, we deserve more Nightmare Creature games, but... Kisa said they used to be pretty good on the claw machines, and they missed tactically getting the goods. Yeah, when you'd work out if you could grab one and kind of drag it across. There's actually a claw machine... what's it? Let me see if I can remember the... Darn it, I think I've got it wish-listed. There's a claw machine simulator online where you run a little a teeny tiny arcade, and Singumatican's been playing a bunch of it. And here we go, Claw Crane Company. Check this out. Boof. You stock the prizes, you decide what's in there. And I think you're allowed to play your own stuff as well, which is pretty cool. Though, strangely, the reason why Steam recommends that to me is because we played The Teardown and MechWarrior 5 Mercenaries. So... Oh, so Lagmeister, are you talking about the D&D themed, Golden Axe-esque brawler? Because Fred and I have talked about that a lot, and that game is way better. Way better than it has any right. And Jafar James Watto, friend! How are you doing this evening? We're just having a feckin' natter and a hangout. Sadly, the golf game didn't happen because I was very hungover this morning. But now we're just having a chat and a hang. It's pretty cool. How are you? Fred's like, but Alien vs Predator Arcade. You know, I keep thinking about that one. For those of you who don't know, so Alien vs Predator Arcade, I'm going to assume Fred's talking about the side-scrolling brawler, is infamous because it is so much better than it has any right to be. On the surface, it's an odd game. You can play as either one of two humans or one of two predators, each with their own different moveset and loadout, but it still operates like a side-scrolling brawler. Occasionally you pick up weapons, but they're quickly used and thrown away, as aliens are taking over LA. But what's fascinating about it is it actually has one of the most robust and incredibly deep combat systems, fighting systems of any game. It puts a lot of regular 2D fighting games to shame. And the sheer amount of things you can do, if you go on YouTube and just look up Alien vs Predator combo videos, and I've seen people do things with that game that This will stay with me until I die. Oh, Lagmeister, that sounds feckin' grand. Sorry, I missed the thread you were chatting about. But yeah, a D&D Gashpon machine. So just like crank handle, roll dice. That could be fun. But yeah, there definitely is a D&D side-scrolling brawler though, and it is very, very good. Fred and I have talked about it a lot. Oh, but yeah, so those of you that have been jamming on New World, how have you been finding it? I haven't had a chance to play it yet, and as I don't know if Thor mentioned, but I've been trying to funnel the Longshipians to join his official company because together we are strong. And also, I like the idea that people that don't want to engage too much in the PvP stuff will have the backing of the pirate fleet together. I like that idea. Makes me happy. But I've not had a chance to put like put any kind of like character in play, and I've watched a few friends queue quite a lot in that game. Oh, Kisa's been on another server because the queue times. Yes, but we have been told that they're going to be allowing free server transfer for at least 2 weeks while everything gets sorted. Dalzep says it has a lot of the RuneScape feel. Okay. The Record Loss of War platform looks to be very good. Oh, why is that ringing so many bells? Sorry, I'm very, very, very hungover today. Give me some of them happy Mario jams. Oh! D-Lit in Wonder Labyrinth. That game looks fascinating. It's like a 2D Castlevania with more than a healthy dose of Ikaruga flavor. Neoshito says that New World's been super fun. They've been playing it a lot. I think they managed to finish all the beginning area stuff. Lovely. I saw it in printer ink. No! Well, there's no rush. Oh, and to Blue Burst, thank you kindly for the follow as well. Kisa's wondering how long it's going to take the queues in New World to simmer down. I mean, hopefully no more than like a week or so. It should give enough time to either spool up servers or for it to kind of level out. But Kathleen says they've been really enjoying it, saying it's a good mix of crafting with healthy smattering of puvata. Queues are bad for the moment. They expect that to drop. Oh yeah. Ugh. Jafar James says, I wonder if there'll be a side-scrolling Baldur's Gate. Is there not? That's one of the things that I just assumed already existed. So, Blue Burst, are you talking about Golf Club Wasteland? I have to put my hand up and say that we haven't actually started it today. And that is my fault. I forgot to eat yesterday, so when I had a few gins, it wrecked me sideways. So we've ended up just spending the day having a natter. I know. However, I do still want to play it. I love the premise, and I love how it does its environmental storytelling stuff. So, apologies, I didn't mean to bring you here under false pretenses. And I had every intention of playing that game today. I've just been a hungover bastard. Don't drink, kids, it's bad. Drinking's bad, okay? Lagmeister says drunk golf is best golf. Yep. Katana Steel was just adding on the Record Loss of War game. The deal at Castlevania is really intriguing. It is. It looks mechanically fascinating. I don't know Record Loss of War and its many iterations and elements. Whoa. Okay, Straker, let's not do anything hasty. Let's step away from the bottles. They have so much love left to give. Sorry, Strags was like, drinking bad. Guess we'll have to throw away this bottle of alcohol. No! Oh, wow. Chrono was saying that for Record Loss of War, they watched the first season by renting it one VHS at a time. Feckin' yo. Must you speak the old words to... Number says I sound like someone in an abusive relationship. Me, we're probably not good for one another, but I guess we're stuck with each other for the moment. Well, sorry, that is a lot of cool stuff you're sending our way, so thank you. But we still haven't gotten to the first set of stuff. Like, a combination of lockdown and everything. Like, fucking yo. Right, and Fearless, welcome back. A lot of people told me that I needed to check out Record Loss of War after I came off of the original Berserk. And I guess I never did. Yeah, I guess I'm a bad friend. Sorry. Fucking yo!
The growler seemed too settled.
Caffeine, you fucking legend! Thank you for throwing 1,000 in, you fucking ledge. I mean, you're right, yes. House Order was getting an easy go of it. Although it does look like Shackle will be the Eternal Jarl for quite some time. God, congratulations, Caffeine. You managed.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Fucking yo!
Our 4 reptilian heroes have overcome the arch villain Shredder.
J-Post, you fucking ledge. Sorry, J-Post, thank you kindly. It seems the Hunters of House Carl didn't want to be shown up by House Chaos, so J-Post managed to tag Darker Blitz Varials, the Swan Dragon, Spider Kumo, and Zigraves. Feckin' yo. J-Post, feckin' thank you. The House Carl Hunter boards are yours. And we have some spooky ghosts. We have some spooky ghosts on house. So, Against the Boat was saying they'll never forget watching The Deer Hunter very hungover and devoid of serotonin on VHS in their friend's living room. God, that's an experience. Bacon Avenger, thank you for filling the pint glass.
The Teenage Mutant Ninja
Feckin'
Turtles,
yo!
our 4 reptilian heroes have overcome the arch villain Shredder.
Bacon, you feckin' lich. Sorry, Bacon, Fearless, you feckin'... Go. Multi-track drifty potato! Bacon Avenger, thank you for filling the pint glass over here. And Fearless just gifted out 10 subs. That's a double fan of knives. And you hit, Jest Morkva, Smugsug, Synthandrius, Andre, Apolary? Let's go with that. Alleged Man, Mad Weaver, Brain Zoo, Floofy Floof, Griff Fithis, and Spark Plant.
Choo Choo. Also anime group Watch When.
That is a train. Okay, trains are happening. I do not control, but a train has arrived. Do I have to put on the train music? Because it is very painful and I'm very... Level 4 already. Huh. Do I have to put on train music? Alright, I did this to me. it did this to me. Here we go. There we go. Straker, thank you for throwing in the 200 as well. Yo, like, we skipped many, many, many stations. Oh, lordy, lordy. Aperture! Aperture! Crux, thank you for throwing in 100 as well. For those of you that might have just joined us, like, all the bits and subs and donations and humble links and whatnot, those literally keep us alive and pay our bills. So when I say thank you, please know that I am very fucking grateful, alright? Sylvaris, thank you for the 100 as well. I'm saying a whole bunch of thank yous all at once. Oh. Oh, there. Sorry, there is no rush, Fred. There is no rush. Oh, pray for Mojo. This is a very intense track for a headache and a half.
Get up and stretch.
Oh, do I have to? Alright, I'll do the thing. Haha! To the motherfucking jar! Words to your mother! Oh. There we go, there's the good stuff. That popping and crunching sound, that's age. If it sounds like a bag of loosely shaken gravel being poured onto the floor, that's my bones! That's my bones! Oh, Perios, no! Get out! Heart of the mother hop and char! Perios, get out of my house! Dustin, nice. Such a... Quasi's like, I can't counter this one. This is some tactical planning. Also, before I make a complete tit myself, I do see that one. Alazure, thank you so much. And Quasi, thank you for the 100. But Balazir, that is 36 months. That is 3 years at a tier 3. That is a massive amount of money to put into keeping my dumb ass alive. And I hope you know I'm grateful for that, alright? Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to make a massive tit of myself because Aperios has been hoarding points. Oh.
Captain on the bridge.
Thank you, Aperios. Habasha! Oh no! Oh, friends, dear moderators, could you please refund Falazio's counter dab?
Joints by Rice Krispies.
Oh, yeah, Body by Jello, joints by Rice Krispies. It's the inside of my body. Bacon, thank you for 200. C222, thank you for filling the pint glass. And Falazio, you gave it an honest good try, and I appreciate that. You were looking out for me there, but I was too slow. Oh, too quick. Time's complicated. Time travel's weird. Sadly, I can't dab backwards in time. I mean, okay, physically I can, but legally I've been asked not to. I could dab backwards, but...
Ninja Turtles, our 4 reptilian heroes, have overcome the Arc villain Shredder.
Skyegis, you fucking ledge. Skyegis, thank you for throwing in 5 to the crowd. Twitch's back end is really struggling to find people for you lot to hunt. I won't lie. It feels like Mr. Twitch is perturbed at us. So Skyegis, thank you kindly. You managed to get Obaba Kinho, an Evil Lion, Crux Luna, and Adam Vencera. Which I have to say dramatically, apparently. And the train's still going, so is the fucking music.
Did you answer my anime question?
Numbers, I didn't get to your anime question, and I apologise, but thank you for throwing in 200 just to give me a little poke. The TLDR on the anime question is, I don't know. Like, most Saturdays are feckin' rammed from the rest of October. Today was the clear one, but Fiona asked me to help her out with some stuff this afternoon, and I don't know if I'm still doing that. But if I am, I won't be here to run a watch party. But it's definitely something that I want to get into, because, like I said, I want to do a rewatch of the Transformers cartoon with everybody. That'd be feckin' grand. And I also want to do, we were going to do Digimon Tamers, because if you've not seen it, it's the good one. And there was something else. Oh, we were going to do Robot Jocks one evening. But just catching up with Sky Aegis. Yeah, Varials, they got you. They knew you were there, they got you. Also, Varials, remember, you can use the Longship to plug your game if you have cool stuff going on, so feel free to strop on by anywhen. Because, friendos, if you haven't seen Varial's game, it's fucking cool. Boosh, check this out. That is a video game that you deserve. Oh, Varials is back doing Devtober this month, where they update the game every single day. Go you! I mean, that's a lot of work, but feckin' go you! Okay, friendos, thank you so much for another feckin' train, at level 4 no less. Feckin' legends, the lot of you. Feckin' legends. Why are you lot so nice to me? I do wonder some days, especially days when I've been a stupid. I do often wonder. Varials, I'm actually seriously considering giving the Writing Month challenge a go next month. Because as No Grey November comes closer, I think if I finished a Gundam every single day for the rest of the month, I would not be able to make No Grey November. I do want to work on some more Gundams, but the question then becomes which one. I think it's come time to tackle the Bastard Hill, the big unicorn. I think that's my next one. I need to get a new bits box. I've now have too many sprues, so I might need to get one of those like big plastic tubs. Because from the last one I built, like, this was how many leftover pieces I had. Like, that's a lot more than usual. Like, I feel like I practically had enough to build like a second Gundam. Well, and Varials, you're right, that the challenge months are feckin' fun. One of the reasons why I really want to do it is because I'm dyslexic as all heck, and I kind of want to be able to flip the world the bird by doing it, you know? MDH was trying to get me to do the shorter, smaller version. I was like, no, I'm climbing the big hill. Because to climb it and fail still feels like more of an achievement than trying to go for the softer variant. Oh, Vera's like, just don't do 2 of them in a row. Well, No Grey November's less of a challenge month. It's a year-round thing, and it's a great way. Okay, sorry, I should explain this because we've got loads of new people in. Hello! No Grey November was started by my good buddy Christian, and the premise is simple. Get all of your miniatures, all of your model kits, all of your Lego sets and crafting stuff, get it all done by the start of No Grey November. No Grey in November. Originally started because like the grey of like plastic minis and stuff like that, but it's kind of expanded to encompass a lot. And I'm feckin' happy it was something I got involved with. Because, and I was talking about this last night, is that a lot of us that have worked in games, it's hard for us to just be, you know? It's hard to just take a night off. Like, I'm just going to be chill this evening and do this or what have you. It's difficult. So creating a structure, to creating a challenge, that's the kind of stuff that kicks your ass. It's great. Oh boy. So, sorry for going off into space for a second there. Whew. And I'm back. Sadly, I brought none of you gifts from my trip to outer space. I apologise, but them's the breaks. God, I think I might actually have run out of things that I want to chat your ears off. Apart from cursing Imperios. But sorry, yes. Let me pitch you Varial's game. Which was The Void Reigns Upon Her Heart, which is, think, Bullet Hell meets Slay the Spire. And it's feckin' great. It has a meta-narrative element that's very evocative of Hades, although The Void Reigns on Her Heart did come out first. But I feel that considering how much Hades dominates the gaming space, collective consciousness, I feel that it's an easier denotion of quality. Oh, Baked Adventure says, by the way, it's 69 degrees locally. Nice. Oh. Yeah, friendos, I have... Ozzy was like, game time? Honestly, Ozzy, I think I'm just going to pass you on to one of our lovely, lovely cohorts somewhere on the internet. As I feel the power draining from my body. Plus, while we've still got the full force of a Viking pirate raiding party, like, there's one friendo right now who is currently playing Phasmophobia for 3 people. I love the idea of crashing in there. Also, Varial's nice. Yeah, and Ozzy, this game will definitely get played at some point. Sorry, I am heckin' dragging. Fariel's like, I'll never have a dab at this rate. It's too much nice. Too much nice. Okay. Oh, Skygus, you are absolutely welcome. It's just been a lovely day, and despite the fact that I was blowing chunks before starting, hanging out with you lot always makes me feel better. Like, honestly, there's a part of me that wants to just kind of keep hanging and nattering, because that way I won't go back to feeling hungover. I'll just be like, having a conversation mode. But I think my ability to actually discuss and carry a topic with you is going to disappear. Oh no! I know we gotta go. In fact, I almost forgot. Alright, Tobias is doing a charity stream. That's where we're going next. They're currently playing Hatterful Boyfriend. It's gonna be glorious. Oh, Agonanarchy, what, ho friend? Oh, okay. So I'm gonna bring our adventures to a close. I'm gonna pass you over to Springfield Studios, which is my good friend Tobias. It is his birthday, and what he does every year is for his birthday, he does a big old charity stream. He is currently dressed as a cat maid, with meme glasses and nonsense drawn on his face. So this is going to be a feckin' trip. I am going to do credits and thank yous. Again, those of you that came over from the Go Pirate setup, like, thank you for coming and hanging out. If you wish to have a natter on the Discords, I'll probably be there later. If I'm not helping out Fiona this evening, then feck it, let's play some games, friends. I'd really love to do some Unfortunate Spacemen, if you're down for it. But I'll put out the I'll put out the flare later if something happens, alright? So just keep an eye on the Discords. Right. Wolfcrad, I'm glad you've enjoyed the conversation. Like, I sometimes worry that I just talk at you all and don't listen. I do my best. I do my best. Numbers, I'm thinking Spachima tonight. So if you've got it installed, like, keep it on the... But also, don't wait for me, Numbers. I will make sure to tell everybody Discord side if we're playing a thing. Okay, so first things first. Hang on. Sorry, Mario. I need you to take a chill and a spot. I want some funky grooves while we're doing credits. Get you all ready for hanging out with Tobias. Right. As I said earlier, friendos, I'm literally kept upright by you lot. Like, bits, subs, keeps us going. And I don't think I'm going to be able to say enough thank yous for that. You even put up with me when I'm a hungover POS. You're feckin' lovely, you know that? So I want to say massive thank you to Sayolable, Bacon Avenger, Caffeine, Favor 6, Punspector, Fearless Sun, J Post, Some Numbers, Shackleton Connors, Spooky Ghost Anonymous Cheerers, C222, Crux, Sayolable again, Andor, Fire Striker, you're trying to mess with me, Quasimoto, Wolfcrad, Sylvatus, Sylvie, and Skyegis. Thank you, mate. Bits are like the biggest thing, you feckin' legends. Your moderators today was Caffeine, Rhymes of Moose and Tarlicus, but we did see Lizzie T. Pow earlier. As always, thank you, squad. You feckin' legends. Our new follow peoples was Blue Burst and The Gun Santa. Thank you both for throwing a follow, and I hope we get to hang out in the future. Now, here we go. Housecarls hunting lists and people celebrating 36 months. Thank you to Thrame, Punspector, Pudding Pop Panda, Mr. Crashk, Kidna NC, Immortal Alan, Pixie Druid, Potato Banana, Alex to Earth, Amy Momo, Tim Riot. I gotta stop doing that. Actually, I'm hurting myself doing it. Mikunu, Revia Furiosa, Dione. Oh, no regret. Your Rapple friend, Fat Pidgey Burb, Shackle Deconis, Jestern, ET3 Stooge, Kisa Saitama, Mr. Dom rocks, and certainly does. Ozymandias Plunge, Eagle Lives, Gets the Boat, High King, El Coven, Electric Dragon, UK, Little Sparrow, I don't know where I'm going with this, Morat LP, Tamari, Z Graves, The Swan Dragon, Dark and Blitz, Spider, Kumo, Varials, Just Morphka, Synthandrius, which I want to say Synth and Us, Mad Weaver, Griff Fithis, now Floofly Wolf, Smugzug, Andre Poplar, Brain Zoo, Alleged Man, Spark Plant, Alazure, Baba Kino, Ivelio, Crux, Adam Vencera, and Luna. And a huge thank you to Thor for bringing in a massive crew of people. Like, a feckin' massive compliment. Also, another thank you to Sayolable for gifting a sub to the Duke of Dim. That's lovely of you. Right. So yeah, we're going to head over to Spring Heel now. Like I said, it's Tobias' birthday, and for their birthday, he's doing a big old charity drive. So let's go over there and bring the fecking thunder. Alright? Like, they got about 30 peeps in there, so we're about to bring the feckin' party. We're about to bring the thunder. And I'm very okay with this. Oh, Mad Weaver, thank you for throwing us a follow. I hope you had a lovely day, yo. Oh, they're drawing more stuff. Oh, this is going to be a feckin' treasure. Oh, this is going to be so good. Oh, lordy. Well, Mad Weaver, to be continued. If I don't natter at all of you lot on the Discords, you get me back on Tuesday. I do apologise for being a hungover potato today, but what lovely conversations we had. So, yeah. Caffeine, we'll keep it simple. Happy birthday raid. We'll put some little... There we go. Boof. Boof, it's right good. No, that's the wrong thing. Alright. Feck it. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. Alright, friendos. I'll talk to you on Discord. I'll see you on Tuesday. And if we're playing video games tonight, then feckin' great. If not, no worry. Let's feckin' ride.